Chapter 1820. When the blazing demon slayer ferociously chopped down, the space around the demon slayer began to distort with a sharp piercing sound. It was a phenomenon caused by being calcined by an unusually hot flame. This phenomenon caused Lubia's eyes to become serious. The god-slaying flame was known as the most powerful flame in the elemental realm. And now, the flames released by the elven device with the strongest flame attribute transformed from the god-slaying flames were condensed into a single sword by Noah's ultimate sword technique. That heat could definitely melt heavy steel into liquid in an instant. It was an absolute sword skill specifically used to counter the opponent's flames' flame slash. Because it borrowed the opponent's flames, the more powerful the opponent's flames were, the more powerful the attack would be. Using the most powerful flame in the elemental realm to attack, the power of this move was so great that even Lubia couldn't ignore it. If it was someone else, even if it was Lotus, they would have a headache facing this attack. Unfortunately, as the contractor of the god-slaying flame and the former elven queen of fire, there was no human who knew how to deal with the power of flames better than Lubia. Thus, Lubia tightened her grip on the elven magic device called Levitain, causing the red magic sword to explode with a scorching flame. It was as if it was carrying a sea of fire. She raised the tip of the sword and slashed diagonally upwards. Clang! Amidst the crisp clashing sounds, the silver holy sword and the crimson demon's sword collided heavily. Bang! The violent flames burning on the two pieces of equipment of the highest grades suddenly surged, entangling and devouring each other like an avalanche. During the entire process, an extremely terrifying heat spread throughout the entire space. Under such circumstances, the ground suddenly became like magma. First, it was roasted red, then like butter, it melted little by little. The terrifying heat forced Lotus and Lestia to increase the divine power in their bodies to resist the heat that could even melt the ground. As for the entire space of the Holy Church, it was like the inside of a volcano, turning into a scorching red color. With such heat and such a scene, it was as if one was really inside a volcano. At the center of the volcano, two figures were chasing each other. Clang! With a sword hum, the silver holy sword slashed out like moonlight. Swish! With a whistling sound, the true red demon sword suddenly flashed. The silver holy sword and the red demon sword were like two sword lights, continuously slashing towards each other. Clang 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 clang. The crisp sound of steel colliding with steel resounded throughout the entire volcano-like space, turning into waves of sound waves that reverberated. The cold sword light kept crisscrossing. The sharp blades kept colliding. It was as if Noah and Lubia were dancing. Their sword dance was pleasing to the eye and extremely intense. The clashing sounds of their swords colliding with each other shook the entire space. It was unimaginably intense. That pleasing and extremely high-end sword dance was enough to make anyone intoxicated by it. Even Lotus, who was known as the strongest sword dancer, was the same. Only those with extremely high attainments in sword dance would be able to clearly see this intense attack and defense, right? In Lotus's eyes, there was nothing she could find wrong with this sword dance. Noah, who was holding the silver holy sword, was constantly attacking. As he moved forward, he made the fairy device slash out like a whirlwind. Lubia, who was holding the red demon sword, was constantly retreating. Her footsteps were hurried and she seemed to be floating, constantly deflecting the whirlwind-like slashes. It is obvious that Noah has been on the offensive while Lubia has been on the defensive. Even so, the sword dance between the two was unimaginably intense. Neither of them was at a disadvantage. Pa! Footsteps sounded on the ground almost at the same time. Whoosh! Their figures were constantly dodging like phantoms. Clang 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 clang. The sound of the silver holy sword and the crimson demon sword clashing against each other reverberated in the air. Sparks flew in all directions from the clash between the sword and the silver holy sword. It was like a song, extremely pleasing to the ears. In the end, after a dozen rounds, the two fairy devices did not touch each other's bodies. In the entire process of the intense battle, the distance between the two was never more than 1 meter. Noah and Lubia continued to exchange blows under such circumstances. They performed an incredibly intense sword dance, making the atmosphere in the entire space more and more tense. Of course, no one knew how surprised Noah was. Is this girl really the former fire fairy G? It was no wonder that Noah had such a thought. It should be noted that witch G of the Divine Rights Institute, whose goal was to serve the King of Elves, was very noble, and her attainments in the sacred music of ceremonies were extremely high. However, when it came to the sword dance, she didn't put any effort into it. Her fighting ability was almost the same as an ordinary person's. For example, Fianna almost always let Geokius perform on his own during the battle. She even let him focus on defense, while she could only give simple orders. Her combat ability could be said to be the weakest among all the contestants in the Elven Sword Dance Festival. As a former fairy G, Lubia should have never been trained as a fairy envoy. She should not be so good at sword dance. However, at this moment, Lubia was actually able to fight Noah to a standstill. That was not normal at all. Could it be that after betraying the Fire Fairy King, Lubia began to train as a fairy envoy? Could it be that she was able to fight against Noah after 4 years? But Lubia was not Lotus. Lotus's talent in sword dance was unimaginably high. 4 years ago, after escaping from the academy, Lotus learned the ultimate sword skill from Gray and Vath for a year. 3 years ago, she dominated the Fairy Sword Dance Festival and won the title of the strongest sword dancer. This was enough to show Lotus's talent in sword dance. With such talent, after 3 years of training, even Noah had to admit that Lotus's sword skill was comparable to Tony, who was known as the King of Swords. This showed how talented Lotus was in sword dance. And this was because Lotus had been trained in the academy since she was young and had laid a solid foundation. That was why she could cultivate the ultimate sword skill to such a level after 4 years of training. But Lubia was only raised as a fairy G since she was young. She did not receive any proper training as a fairy envoy. How could she train the sword dance to such a level in just 4 years? Or did Lubia have a better talent than Lotus? Noah would rather die than believe such a thing. In such a world where humans were generally not very strong, it was already something to be proud of to have the strongest sword dancer. If there was another one, even Noah would not be willing to believe it. So, Noah had a guess. I see. Not only did you inherit the power of the Saintess, but you also inherited the Saintess sword skill? Hearing this sentence clearly, Lubia's eyes flashed. Did you notice? Lubia very calmly deflected the silver holy swords one by one. She waved her sword and spoke. The Saintess is an antibody that corresponds to the Demon King. The stronger the Demon King is, the stronger the Saintess will be. When the Demon King, Lotus Asubal, fully awakens, my power will be raised to the peak. I am very lucky. In addition to the power of the Saintess, now that the Demon King has fully awakened, I have also inherited the Saintess sword skill. Lubia suddenly stopped retreating. So, in terms of power, I am not weaker than the Demon King. In terms of sword skill, I am not weaker than the strongest sword dancer. In addition, the power of my god-slaying flame is far stronger than the dark elf of the Demon King. My power is stronger than Lotus Asubal. After saying that, Nubia raised the red magic sword high up in the air and heavily chopped down at Noah with the power to split mountains and rivers. Clang! In the sound of a bell, Noah, who had blocked Lubia's attack with his silver holy sword, was sent flying by the powerful force. His feet rubbed against the ground as he slid backward. Chapter 1821. The highest level of sword dance had come to an end. A heavy silence pervaded the space. Noah tightened his grip on the holy sword. His hand was slightly numb, and he looked at Lubia with a solemn expression. Lotus and Restia, who were watching from the side, had a different expression. She said she's stronger than Lotus. Restia said with an unkind expression. That woman really dared to say that. But I have to say, it's really irrefutable. Lotus smiled bitterly. I have the power of the Demon King in my body, and Lubia has the power of the Saintess in her body. The more thoroughly the demon king's power awakens, the more powerful the saintess power will be. When I perfectly awaken my power, the saintess power that Lubia inherits will also become extremely powerful. She won't be weaker than me. Her power isn't weaker than mine, and her sword skills are inherited from the saintess of salvation. Since her power and sword skills are on the same level, then all that's left is to compete with the contracted spirits. Lotus turned her gaze to the true red demonic sword in Lubia's hand. Restia, it's true that you're the highest level dark elf, and your level is at the demon god level. But Lubia's god-slaying flame's power is far beyond the demon god level, and has even reached the mythical level. So naturally, I'm weaker than her. Restia was speechless. In other words, Lotus wasn't weaker than Lubia, but she was weaker in terms of contracted spirits. The one who lost to Lubia wasn't Lotus, but Restia. Restia could only feel helpless about this. After all, the god-slaying flame was known as the strongest flame in the world of elemental spirits, second only to the fire spirit king. Although Restia was the highest level dark elf, she wasn't the strongest dark elf. On the contrary, the god-slaying flame was the strongest flame spirit, and that was enough to explain everything. But Restia's dust-colored eyes looked at Lubia. How much did Lubia Elstian pay in order to form a contract with that flame sprite? Lotus didn't answer. This was because Lotus herself didn't know how much Lubia had to pay to successfully contract a mythical elf. Therefore, even if Lubia was stronger than Lotus with the god-slaying flame, that power couldn't be used for long. From a long-term perspective, Lubia's strength was too illusory. But it was undeniable that, at least at this moment, Lubia's overall strength was stronger than Lotus. Ren, Celestia, and Noah naturally understood this matter as well. Phew, Noah exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and raised his head to look at Lubia. Noah spoke. Since that's the case, I'll fight you with all my strength. His words stunned everyone present. Go all out. Lubia stared at Noah. Are you trying to say that you haven't used your full strength until now? No, in the battle with Lotus, I have already used my full strength, Noah said indifferently. So, instead of saying that I haven't used my full strength, it would be better to say that, just like the sky-extinguishing flash, I still have a trump card that none of you know about. Lubia narrowed her eyes. Lotus and Lestia stood up in surprise. Under such circumstances, Noah closed his eyes and chanted softly. Divine starlight, lightning of salvation, wisdom of the goddess, indestructible steel, sword, appear in my hand. The elven mark on the back of Noah's hand burst out with a dazzling light. It was not the unique silver light of the holy sword. It was the most dazzling light in the world, a platinum light. Amidst the light, a platinum-colored divine blade slowly appeared in one of Noah's hands. Clang! The platinum divine sword shone with a dazzling light. The light filled every corner of the surrounding space, causing the surrounding sea of fire to be reflected in a platinum color. The dazzling light made Lubia, Lotus, and Lestia squint their eyes slightly, their eyes filled with astonishment. A second elven? Lotus muttered in astonishment. He contracted a second elven? A dual contract? Lestia was also stunned. He's actually a dual contractor. His hidden trump card is a second elven? Lubia frowned and said sarcastically. How foolish, I thought you had something else up your sleeve. It was not unreasonable for Lotus and Lestia to be so astonished by Lubia's sarcasm. A dual contract was not a good thing. The more elves one contracted, the better it was. Forming a contract with two elves at the same time and having multiple elves might be able to complement each other's weaknesses in battle and display a variety of abilities. However, contracting elves would negatively affect each other. When an elven user formed a contract with two elves at the same time, the divine aura of the two elves would interfere with each other, causing the two elves to be unable to display their original strength. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one would form a contract with two elves at the same time. Although Noah's second elven was beyond everyone's imagination, under a dual contract, the two elves would interfere with each other, causing his strength to decrease instead of increase. Thus, How could Lubia not be sarcastic? How could Lotus and Lestia not be astonished? However, no one knew. Although Noah's Athena was an elf, it was essentially Noah's authority. Under Noah's absolute control, Athena's power would not interfere with Astur's power at all. Thus, Noah held the demon slayer in one hand and the heavenly sword in the other, feeling the divine aura of the two flowing smoothly through his body. He raised his head and smiled at Lubia. "You'll find out whether I'm stupid or not." After saying that, Noah suddenly raised the platinum divine sword. Bloom, lightning of salvation. The platinum divine sword suddenly trembled. Beep, beep, beep. In the next moment, dazzling lightning appeared on the divine sword. Amidst the intense sounds of collision, it was like a bolt of lightning that shot into the air and gradually converged into a violent pool of lightning. At this moment, Lubia's heart suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Her pair of red eyes suddenly froze, and she abruptly stepped on the ground and retreated rapidly. Hum. Almost at the same time, the violent pool of lightning trembled. In the next second, a bolt of lightning violently shot out like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it pierced through the air and landed heavily on Lubia's original position. Boom! The violent lightning blasted the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a sky full of rocks and powerful shockwaves that exploded in all directions. A huge hole appeared there, emitting scorched smoke, and the smell in the air changed. Looking at this scene, both Lotus and Restia were shocked. Lubia's pupils shrank, and her hand that was holding the sword suddenly tightened. This was not a power that a dual contractor could display. No, not only that, but the power that the divine sword displayed was also beyond everyone's expectations. While Lubia was still in shock, Noah's voice was extremely clear. Now is not the time to be in a daze. If you don't take this seriously, don't blame me if you die. The moment his voice fell, the violent pool of lightning in the air seemed to have completely fallen into a state of rebellion, and suddenly began to rotate. Following the rotation of the pool of lightning, bolts of lightning fell like raindrops, and poured down in Lubia's direction like a storm. Lubia was shocked, and she hurriedly took a step back and retreated rapidly. Immediately, the thunderbolts that poured down like a storm mercilessly struck the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. In the midst of the deafening roar, the ground was continuously blasted by the thunderbolts. In an instant, dust and debris flew everywhere, and the shockwaves were like real stormy waves, turning into a passing typhoon that swept in all directions. Lubia could only continuously dodge, avoiding the violent thunderbolts that fell from the sky, and let the thunderbolts fall one after another on the ground, shattering the bricks and tiles of the sacred hall. This scene was extremely shocking. Chapter 1822. Bang! 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 The violent lightning continued to wreak havoc in the great hall of the Holy Church, causing the muffled sounds of explosions to reverberate in the air. Under the direct impact of the lightning, the ground had long been filled with craters, becoming riddled with holes and potholes. The hall, which was originally covered by a sea of fire and looked like the interior of a volcano, suddenly became shaky under the direct strikes of the lightning. It was as if it could collapse at any time. It was frightening. Under such circumstances, the violent lightning bolts continuously shot out from the lightning pool floating in the air and mercilessly struck the ground. Chi! A faint sound of thunder rang out, causing a lightning bolt to fall directly towards Lubia, who was dodging. Lubia, who had just dodged a lightning bolt, was in a state where she had yet to recover her strength. There was no way she could dodge it. However, Lubia's body suddenly trembled violently, and her entire body became somewhat illusory at this moment. Bang! The lightning bolt fell violently and solidly onto Lubia's body. However, both Lotus and Celestia saw it clearly. The lightning bolt did not hit Lubia. Instead, it passed through Lubia's body without any hindrance, causing the illusory figure to explode. At the same time, not far away, Lubia, who was holding the crimson demon sword, appeared with flames burning all over her body. She was completely unharmed. The illusory figure just now was obviously just another illusion created by Lubia using the evaporating airflow. However, Lubia's breathing began to quicken. Noah, who was holding the platinum divine sword, looked at Lubia and said indifferently, "What? That's not enough." Lubia's expression suddenly became somewhat unsightly. After a while, Lubia took a deep breath and calmed her somewhat rapid breathing. She looked at the heavenly sword in Noah's hand and the demon slayer in his other hand and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to be able to perfectly control two elves." Lubia was not the only one who did not expect this. Even Lotus and Lysia were surprised. There was another thing that was even more unexpected. That was, at the same time, Noah's two elves were extremely powerful. Aster was the most powerful sword elf that even the Elven King was afraid of. Athena's strength was also not below Aster's. There was no doubt that both of Noah's elves had surpassed the mythical level. Yet, Noah was able to form a contract with both of them at the same time. It was like a joke. Forming a contract with the most powerful sword elf will lead to death. Lubia's gaze towards Noah had changed. Yet, you're able to form a contract with another powerful elf under such circumstances. What price did you pay? Shouldn't I be the one asking you this question? Noah looked at Lubia with a faint smile on his face. Do you have the right to say that? Lubia was speechless. After a while, Lubia lowered the truer demonic sword in her hand. Her eyes flickered. Your strength is beyond my imagination. If possible, I really don't want to be your enemy. As she said this, Lubia's eyes flickered with an indescribable emotion. I'll say it again. I must save this world. I can't just watch the world be destroyed by the Elven King. So, give me the water, Elven King. The entire place fell silent. At this moment, everyone could see the emotion in Lubia's eyes. It was not the coldness of the past, nor was it the intense emotion. Instead, it was a strong sense of mission. This girl had already made saving the world her mission. Since the day she discovered that the Elven King had been corrupted by the otherworld darkness, this girl had been yearning for salvation. Unfortunately, Lubia's wish was undoubtedly wrong. I won't agree to it, Noah said calmly. No matter what, when there is a sacrifice, it can no longer be counted as salvation. You, who take sacrifice for granted, will never be able to save this world. Lubia's eyes flickered violently. At this moment, there was a slight wavering in Lubia's eyes. However, that trace of hesitation immediately disappeared after a second. Hoping for salvation without sacrifice is the most naive thinking. As she said those words, violent flames rose from Lubia's body and turned into a sea of fire that instantly lit up the entire Holy Church's sacrificial hall. I won't pray that there won't be a sacrifice. I will only minimize the sacrifice. Even wars between countries can't avoid sacrifice. You want to fight against the world and expect a perfect ending? You're so naive that it's laughable. As if in response to the anger and unwillingness in Lubia's words, the flames that lit up the entire Holy Church's sacrificial hall rose with the wind and turned into a monstrous wave of fire. If you want to protect everything, then try and defeat me. As soon as she finished speaking, the monstrous wave of fire suddenly trembled and surged toward Noah's direction. Suddenly, wherever the wave of fire passed, the space was distorted by the shocking heat and even the air began to evaporate. Facing the monstrous wave of fire, Noah was like a tiny ant that would be killed in an instant. However, looking at the monstrous wave of fire that was surging toward him, Noah showed a fearless expression. Clank! The platinum divine blade burst out with a dazzling light. Holding the dazzling divine blade in his hand, Noah spoke in a loud voice. If defeating you can protect everything, then I will never lose. The platinum light shining from the divine blade was as dazzling as the sun. It was so dazzling that no one could look at it directly. Immediately, Noah's voice rang out clearly. Bloom, O light of salvation, the dazzling light turned into a dazzling flash. Like a beam of light, it pierced through space and shot out with a terrifying power that made one's hair stand on end. It directly faced the monstrous wave of fire that was surging toward him. Kaboom! An earth-shattering roar resounded and turned into rolling sound waves, causing the entire burning sacred hall to tremble violently. The dazzling light and the monstrous wave of fire collided heavily, stirring up layers of energy ripples. It was like an invisible shock wave, also shaking in all directions. However, this situation did not last for long. After a while, the attack from the divine blade of salvation, which could even cut a star in half, only lasted for a moment. Then, the light grew brighter. Then, the light suddenly pierced through the wave of fire. Poof! In the clear sound of cloth tearing, the dazzling aurora cut through the wave of fire and separated the heat. It was as if it had split the sea of fire and dispersed the monstrous flames. Wah! Lubia's expression changed drastically. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, in the midst of the monstrous wave of fire that was violently dispersed, a figure rushed over like a meteor. Duh! With a powerful landing sound, Noah's figure suddenly appeared in front of Lubia. Lubia's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. She had no time to be shocked. She forced her body to retreat. However, it was already too late to react. Wang! Amidst the vibrations, a vast amount of divine power surged into the holy sword and divine saber, causing the two highest-grade elven magic devices to flash with a dazzling light. Absolute sword skill. Form breaker, ardent flower spiraling sword dance 48 consecutive slashes. The silver holy sword and the platinum divine blades suddenly danced, interweaving into an absolutely unavoidable sword formation that bloomed in front of Lubia like an exploding flash of light. Under the horrified expression of Lubia, the sword dance was unleashed on her mercilessly. Poochie 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 poochie. Continuous sounds of slashing rang out. Ah! Lubia's sorrowful cry rang out as well. Chapter 1823. Whoosh! The scorching flames were still burning in the great hall of the Holy Church, but the heat was not as terrifying as before. Within the sea of fire, Rubia Elstian fell heavily to the ground. Her pair of red eyes seemed to have lost their luster, becoming dull and lifeless. Clang! The dazzling radiance of the demon slayer and the heavenly sword also began to dim bit by bit. Noah held the two elven magic devices tightly, looking at Rubia who had fallen to the ground. His breathing became rapid again. Pain came from every part of his body once again. The hands holding the holy sword and heavenly sword also began to tremble. Feeling every muscle in his body twitching, Noah could not help but laugh bitterly. Using the final style and then breaking style, this result is natural. As the final style of the ultimate sword skill, Noah's body had already suffered some side effects when he used the ultimate sword skill. The breaking style of the ardent spiraling sword dance was the most powerful move of the ultimate sword skill, so the side effects were also very large. At least, the side effects that Noah was suffering now were definitely much greater than when Lotus used the ardent spiraling sword dance. First, when Lotus used the ardent spiraling sword dance, the combo was only 36, but Noah used 48 combo of the ardent spiraling sword dance. The more powerful the ardent spiraling sword dance was, the more powerful the side effects were. Second, as mentioned before, the breaking style of the ardent spiraling sword dance was originally the ultimate sword skill of the dual sword school. Even if Noah and Lotus could use one weapon to use the ardent spiraling sword dance, the power of the ardent spiraling sword dance was definitely not as strong as when they used two weapons. Now, Noah used two weapons and used the complete version of the ardent spiraling sword dance. Not only did the power of the ardent spiraling sword dance increase, the side effects on the body also increased. In addition to the burden on the body when he used the ultimate sword dance, Noah could still move, which meant that his body was strong. Noah, who was silently enduring the pain from every part of his body, raised his eyes and looked straight ahead. Cough cough. Lubia coughed violently a few times. Just like Lotus, she coughed out a mouthful of blood and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. She struggled a few times but couldn't get up. How hateful. Lubia squeezed out a hateful voice. Undoubtedly, Her whole body was already twitching, but she was still struggling with difficulty, as if she didn't allow herself to fall. It was quite crazy. However, doing so was undoubtedly tormenting oneself. Looking at Lubia, who was struggling to get up, Noah couldn't help but speak. "Give up. You've already lost." Hearing this, Lubia shuddered. "Lost?" Lubia repeated as if she was sleep-talking. Then, her eyes seemed to have a final burst of light, and her will was once again ignited. "No. I haven't lost yet." This sentence was only met with a sigh. "Stop deceiving yourself, Rubia." With Lysia's help, Lotus came in front of Lubia. She lowered her head and looked at the disastrous elven concubine. "After taking such a blow, it's impossible for you to stand up again." After taking the full brunt of Noah's divine might, as well as the demon slayer and heavenly sword, which were the most powerful ultimate sword skills of the elven devices, Lubia could no longer stand up. Even if Noah had turned the elven device into a weapon that could damage the mind, it was already a miracle that Lubia was still conscious and did not faint after taking such a blow. As for standing up, that was already impossible. At least, it was impossible for her to do so now. Rubia should be the clearest about this. So what? Lubia bit her lip and wriggled her body desperately. "No matter what, I can't lose here. I still have things to do. If I lose here, then I can't do anything." Although she kept saying that she was stronger than Lotus, Lubia knew that the reason she had such power was because she was the reincarnation of the Saintess. The stronger the Demon King was, the stronger the Saintess would be. As long as the power of the Dark Elf King remained in Lotus's body and was fully awakened under the influence of the world fragment, Nubia would be able to obtain a power that was no weaker than Lotus's from the 5 Elf Kings because of the antibodies created by the 5 Elf Kings. On the contrary, if the Demon King's power in Lotus's body weakened, then as the Saintess, Lubia's power would also weaken. After all, it was not Lubia's own power, but the power of the 5 Elven Kings. In other words, it was impossible to use this power to fight against the 5 Elven Kings. Therefore, Lubia could only think of using Lotus and Noah to make these two fight for her. Unfortunately, both Noah and Lotus did not agree with Lubia's idea. "If that's the case, at least now that the Water Elf King is in trouble, I can use this power to destroy them, even if it's just one of them." Lubia raised her head with difficulty and looked at Noah and Lotus with eyes full of hatred. "Why, do you have to stop me?" Under those words full of hatred, the divine power fluctuating from Lubia's body began to become violent. "Ugh!" Lubia suddenly covered her heart and let out a painful groan. Seeing this, Lotus and Lestia were slightly surprised. Noah was also surprised. "What's wrong? Could it be that the ardent spiraling sword dance just now caused some unexpected damage?" Just as Noah was thinking about this, Athena's voice suddenly sounded. "Look carefully at that elf's body." Hearing this, Noah was startled again. He immediately stepped forward, squatted down, and rolled up Lubia's sleeves. When Lubia's skin was exposed in front of everyone, everyone sucked in a cold breath. This was because Lubia's arms were densely engraved with countless ferocious seals. That's... Lestia was shocked. "Spell engravings?" "That's right. The dense and ferocious carvings on Nubia's arm were all spell carvings." Looking at this scene, Lotus gritted her teeth. Ignoring Noah's presence, she squatted down and took off Lubia's military uniform. The next moment, everyone was speechless. The scene that entered everyone's eyes, in addition to the snow-white skin and the slender and graceful figure, there were only innumerable spell engravings. How many were there? How many were there? Or tens of thousands? In short, the countless spell engravings were like hideous scars all over Lubia's body. Except for her head, neck, and the back of her hands, there was not a single part of Lubia's body that was unscathed. Even Lotus was shocked. "Don't you want to live?" Spell engravings would bring severe side effects to the user's body and mind. In the past, there were countless elven users who were completely crippled because of a single spell engravings. Even Greyvath had lost her power as an elven messenger because of the spell imprint in her heart, so how could anyone else do the same? Yet, Lubia's entire body was covered in spell engravings. She was simply courting death. Even Noah thought so. Once upon a time, Versilia also had a large number of spell engravings, but she went completely insane overnight. In the end, it was Noah who used the demon slayer to break the spell engravings on her body, saving her life. And the number of spell engravings transplanted on Lubia's body was much more than Versilia's. Could this person have been suffering from the backlash of so many spell engravings all this time? How in the world did she survive? Seeing Lubia's expression becoming more and more pained, Noah took a deep breath and raised the holy sword in his hand. Aster, can you get rid of these spell engravings? No problem. Aster's voice immediately sounded. What? Lotus asked in surprise. You want to save her? Hearing this, Noah smiled bitterly. If I don't save her, Claire will hate me. After saying this, Noah stabbed the holy sword into Lubia's body. Chapter 1824. Ugh, when Rubia regained her consciousness, she immediately understood the current situation. Obviously, she had fainted. Moreover, all the runes on her body began to backfire. After understanding this, there was only one question left in Rubia's mind. I'm still alive. The runes on her body were all over her body. No one knew better than Lubia what would happen if there was a backlash from such a large number of rune engravings. Rubia knew that she would not be able to survive. Even if she had been able to endure the side effects of the curse engraving, it was impossible for her to survive the backlash of the curse engraving on her body. In fact, before she fainted, Rubia had already prepared herself for death. However, Rubia was not afraid. If she was afraid of death, she would not have implanted so many runes on her body. Rubia only felt regret. The regret of not being able to fulfill her wish. With such regret, Rubia fainted and quietly welcomed death. In the end, when she regained her senses, she was bewildered, which was rare for her. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was an old ceiling. Rubia understood the situation almost immediately. She was not in the sacred hall where she fought before. The sacred hall had been baptized by 2 high-level battles. It was impossible to preserve such a complete ceiling. Therefore, Rubia's current location had been moved. Through someone's hands. Rubia sat up abruptly. As soon as she sat up, a voice entered Rubia's ears. You're awake. Hearing this voice, Rubia immediately turned her head and looked at the source of the voice. In front of a bonfire, Lotus, who was wearing a witch costume, was looking at Rubia. Next to her was a pitch-black magic sword. Beside Ren, Noah also sat down and leaned against a wall. He glanced at Rubia and said, Don't worry about it. I thought you would never wake up again. Hearing this, Rubia did not speak. Instead, she first looked around. There were only 3 people present, Noah, Lotus, and Rubia. The location was probably inside a building in the abandoned city. From Rubia's position, she could clearly see that there was a wall in front of her that had been completely destroyed. Only half of it remained. Through the wall, Rubia saw a burning holy church. The sacred hall was obviously the location of their battle. Now, that place was gradually turning into ruins, scorched black by the flames. Through this scene, Rubia obtained 2 pieces of information. The first reason was that this place was not far from the holy church. The first reason was that he hadn't been unconscious for long. Otherwise, the holy hall would not still be burning. It would have been reduced to ruins long ago. Looking at the sky, although it was still dusky, it should be noon. Combining all the information and the current situation, Rubia seemed to understand the whole story. There was no doubt that she had been saved. And according to Rubia's understanding, there was only one person who could save her. So, Rubia silently pulled up her sleeves. On his skin, the scar-like spell runes had completely disappeared, allowing his skin to return to its original white and flawless state. After feeling the condition of her body, Lubia could tell everyone with certainty. All the spell runes on her body had been removed. No. It wasn't just the spell runes. It seems that you've discovered it. Lotus had been silently watching Lubia's actions until now. That's right, it's not just the spell runes. Your elf mark has also been removed. Elf mark. It was the proof of a contract between an elf user and an elf. With the elf mark, the elf user could open a door for the contracted elf to pass through and summon the contracted elf at any time. Without the elf mark, it could only mean one thing. That was, Lubia had lost her contracted elf. The god-slaying flame, which was known as the strongest flame in the elemental elf world, was now no longer Lubia's contracted elf. Understanding this, Lubia was silent. Seeing Lubia like this, Noah raised his eyebrows and said with a half-smile. You don't seem surprised at all. There's nothing to be surprised about. Lubia said calmly. The god-slaying flame was originally a mythical-level elf that was defeated by the 5 elven kings in the past elven war and was sealed by the 5 elven kings. That level of elf is not something that humans can contract in the first place. I was already prepared for the contract to be abolished. Isn't that a bit contradictory? Lotus retorted. If it's not a elf that humans can contract, then how did you make a contract with it? That's because the god-slaying flame hates the elven king who sealed it, and my goal is to destroy the elven king. That's why it lent its power to me. Lubia's expression was extremely indifferent. However, as the price of the contract, in the end, I will have to pay with my life. Noah and Lotus's eyes flickered. Sure enough, making a contract with a mythical-level elf definitely required a heavy price. A contract with your life as the price. Lotus said in a low voice. So that's how it is. Is your exaggerated rune engraving to maintain this impossible contract? Lubia had taken the god-slaying flame from the Fire Elven King's sacrificial hall 4 years ago. In other words, Lubia's contract with the god-slaying flame had been maintained for 4 years. Logically speaking, a contract that required one's life as the price should not be maintained for so many years, let alone a mythical-level elf that was impossible to make a contract with a human. That was why Lubia had covered her body with so many spell runes, using countless spell runes to bind the strongest flame elf and maintain this contract for 4 whole years. Because I lost to you, the spell runes began to bite back. This contract cannot be maintained any longer, right? Lubia's pair of red eyes turned to Noah. If that's the case, according to the price of the contract, the god-slaying flame should have come out to take my life the moment the spell runes on my body were removed. But Lubia was still unharmed. What was this all about? Noah could see Lubia's confusion. However, Noah pursed his lips and said, "Don't worry about it. Although my body is not in good condition after 2 battles, and Lotus was seriously injured by me, you don't think that a mythical-level elf can successfully kill someone from our hands, do you?" Mythical-level elves were almost invincible to humans, but to Noah and Lotus, they were not very strong opponents. Even if their bodies were not in good condition, when the god-slaying flame intended to take Lubia's life, Noah and Lotus still took action. The result was obvious. The strongest flame elf, known as the strongest flame elf in the elemental elf world, was defeated by Noah and Lotus. Thus, the elf ran away with its tail between its legs. At this point, Lubia's life was saved. Lubia fell silent. After a while, Lubia said self-deprecatingly, "I didn't expect that in the end, I would be saved by the 2 of you. Fate is really interesting. There's nothing strange about it, right?" Lotus said faintly. "Our ideals are different, but our ultimate goal is to save the world from the hands of the crazy elf king. There's no reason for me to leave you in the lurch. I'm not that kind." Noah shrugged. "I just don't want to see my teammate cry because of her sister's death." Needless to say, Lubia knew who Noah's teammate was. She did not know if it was because she was reborn, or because she lost her contract with the elf and lost to Noah, but Lubia's heart was no longer as cold as before. Instead, she had become a little soft. Under such circumstances, Lubia could not help but speak. Is Claire okay? Noah did not expect Lubia to ask such a question. However, this question caused Noah to cast his gaze on Lubia. Soon after, he bluntly said, "Don't worry, Lubia. As the younger sister of the elf maiden of calamity, do you think Claire will be fine?" Lubia was speechless. Chapter 1825. Lubia's betrayal to the Fire Elf King caused the Elstian family's title to be stripped and their territory confiscated. Even Lubia's parents were arrested by the Ordesian Empire and imprisoned. Her sister betrayed her, her parents were imprisoned, and all of her assets were confiscated. Claire was left alone. A little girl who is only 12 or 13 years old has been enduring the hateful gazes of others while silently honing her skills, all for the sake of one day winning the Elven Sword Dance Festival and learning the truth of her sister's betrayal. She has endured for 4 years. Noah looked directly at Lubia. "Do you think that's good?" Facing Noah's question, Lubia couldn't find the words to refute. She could only remain silent. "Perhaps, in your opinion, in order to save the world, some sacrifices are unavoidable. You can even abandon your own family." Noah sneered. "But, in my opinion, if a person can't even protect their own family, then they can't protect the world. You were wrong from the beginning." Noah's voice echoed clearly in the surroundings. Lubia was silent, and Lotus lowered her head, not knowing what to say. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. After some time, Lubia suddenly spoke. "At the border of the Ordesian Empire, there is a small city called Deluz." Noah and Lotus were slightly stunned. Lubia ignored Noah and Lotus's shock and continued. "Because of the climate in Deluz, the harvest of crops has always been very insufficient. The people pray for sufficient crops, so they have been continuously offering offerings to the Elf King." Lubia's eyes flickered slightly. "But, 4 years ago, Deluz ushered in a long drought, causing the harvest of crops to become very low." 4 years ago. Noah and Lotus's hearts skipped a beat. 4 years ago. At that time, anyone would have a reaction. Because that was when Lubia betrayed the Elf King. Since Lubia mentioned this matter at this time, it probably had something to do with him. And just as Noah and Lotus thought, this matter did indeed cause a change in Lubia's life. That year, the residents of Deluz were unable to prepare enough offerings. As a result, they angered the Fire Elf King. Lubia unconsciously clenched her fists. After that, Deluz was attacked by a rain of fire for 3 days and 3 nights, completely erasing it from the map. Noah and Lotus were stunned. Destroyed because of insufficient offerings? Just because of this, an entire city was mercilessly destroyed. No matter how they thought about it, it wasn't normal. It's very abnormal, right? I also think it's very abnormal. Rubia bit her lip as if she had read Noah and Ren's thoughts. And that was also the reason why I began to doubt the Elf King. Such an abnormal phenomenon didn't only happen once. While Lubia was serving as the elf concubine, news of the Elf King destroying a place kept coming from all over the continent. And the reason was often due to an extremely insignificant mistake such as insufficient offerings. In that year alone, more than a dozen cities were destroyed because of the Elf King's anger. Lubia's voice became angry. In the end, the Fire Elf King that I served actually began to ask for an offering from me. Noah and Lotus looked at each other. It was very common for high-ranking elves to ask for offerings from humans. The purpose of the divine ceremonial courtyards which G was to use the ritual music she had learned as an offering, allowing the elves to perform all kinds of miraculous effects. Even elven envoys would offer their divine power to their contracted elves as an offering to sign a contract with them. Therefore, it wasn't strange that the Fire Elf King would ask for an offering from Lubia. The only problem was that the offering the Fire Elf King asked for wasn't something that could be accepted by humans. At that time, the Fire Elf King asked for the Elstian family's true fire as an offering. Lubia's voice seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of her throat as she spoke. In other words, he wanted me to offer my sister, Claire, as an offering to him. Wah! What? Lotus was shocked. Even Noah furrowed his brows, a thoughtful look appearing in his eyes. There were elves who asked for a living person as an offering. However, those were all evil elves. Those elves were defeated by human heroes one after another, and became legends of powerful elven envoys. Noah had seen many similar records in the sanctuary's library. Some of them were even written into novels and passed down for hundreds of generations. However, as the ruler of the elemental elves, the Elf King actually asked for a living person as an offering. Noah had never even heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. In the beginning, I couldn't believe it either. In order to make the Elf King withdraw his request, I continuously prayed to the Fire Elf King, performing ritual music every day until I lost consciousness and fell to the ground, incessantly praying for the Elf King's forgiveness. Lubia's face was full of bitterness. In the end, not only did the Elven King not accept my pleas, he even gave me an oracle. He told me that if I didn't offer him a sacrifice, he would continue to rain calamities on the same level as Duluth's. In other words, if I didn't offer Claire as an offering, the Elf King would rain down his wrath on the Audisia Empire. This wasn't just anger, it was anger and threats. So, I despaired. Lubia raised her head and looked at Noah and Lotus. In the end, I could only make up my mind to personally meet the Elf King in the Temple of True Sacrifice. The Temple of True Sacrifice. Unlike the Temple of True Sacrifice and the other temples, it was the true holy land of the elemental elves. This was because the true bodies of the 5 elf kings were in the Temple of True Sacrifice. It was the holy land of the elves, the holy land in the hearts of humans, and an absolute taboo place. As the residence of the elf kings, the Temple of True Sacrifice prohibited any human or elf from entering. Once you entered, you would die an unnatural death. This included the elf concubines who directly served the Elf King. Directly meeting the Elf King in the Temple of True Sacrifice was an absolute taboo. However, in her despair, Lubia could only choose to break this taboo and go to the Temple of True Sacrifice. It was then that I saw. Lubia's voice began to tremble. The scene of the otherworldly darkness devouring the Elf King. Hearing Lubia's words, Lotus's eyes also wavered and her entire body began to tremble. Celestia said that 3 years ago, Lotus won the Elven Sword Dance Festival and went to the Temple of True Sacrifice to make a wish. At that time, she launched an assassination attempt on the Elf King and successfully killed the Water Elf King's crazed personality, releasing the original personality of the Water Elf King. Then, Lotus must have seen the otherworldly darkness like Lubia, right? It was only then that I understood that the Elf Kings had already gone mad, Lubia said in a low voice. If we continue to keep those crazy Elf Kings, one day, the world will be destroyed by the 5 Elf Kings. It will be the same for both the human world and the elemental world. As someone who knew the truth, there was only one thing that Lubia could do. That was to shoulder all the sins and fight against the rulers of the world. Noah was silent. He didn't expect that the reason why Lubia betrayed the Elf King was because of Claire. If it wasn't for Claire, Lubia wouldn't have broken the absolute taboo and gone to the Temple of True Sacrifice to meet the Elf King and see the otherworldly darkness. If Claire knew the truth, she would definitely be in disbelief, right? I don't regret doing so because I have to do so. I can't continue to serve the culprits who threaten this world. Lubia stared straight at Noah. You're right. If a person can't even protect their family, then they can't protect the world. Perhaps I was the same at that time. That's why I betrayed the Elf King without hesitation, right? Noah's expression became complicated. The truth was actually like this. Since you don't agree with my ideals, then let me see how you're going to save this world. Lubia closed her eyes. I'll see the end. All of a sudden, the surroundings became silent. It was so quiet that it was difficult to breathe. Chapter 1826. After that, Lubia did not say anything else. She leaned against a wall and fell into a deep sleep. The girl's body had not fully recovered yet. The battle with Noah had severely damaged her spirit. The backlash from the spell engraving had also severely damaged her body. Even though Noah had used Aster's power to remove the spell engraving on Lubia's body, the side effects of the spell engraving were still there. For example, even though the spell engraving on Versilia's body had been removed, the backlash from the spell engraving had caused her to lose her ability as an elf. It was the same for Gray and Vaz. After teaching Noah the ultimate secret of the ultimate sword technique, the backlash from the spell engraving had caused the strongest elf to become a legend. Lubia did not lose her ability as an elf. After all, as long as the Demon King's power in Lotus' body was still in an awakened state, the Saintess' power in Lubia's body would not disappear. Lotus had said that with perfect control of the Dark Elf King's power, she could even achieve an indestructible body. Lubia's Saintess' power also came from the Elf King, so it should not be too bad. Therefore, under the protection of the Saintess' power, Lubia did not lose her ability as an elf. However, Lubia's body had not fully recovered and needed some time to rest. The girl did not mind that Noah and Lotus were beside her and fell into a deep sleep. Noah was also not worried that this troublesome elf would cause any trouble after she recovered. Even if Lubia's Saintess' power was still there, it would not be too difficult to deal with her after losing her contract with an elf. At least, that was the case for Noah. Therefore, Noah did not bother with Lubia and let her rest. The bonfire was still burning, and the branches inside were crackling. Noah and Lotus looked at the bonfire in front of them and fell into their own world. After an unknown amount of time, Lotus finally spoke. "What are you going to do?" If these words were said by someone else, they would definitely feel quite puzzled and confused, right? However, Noah knew what Lotus was talking about. Nubia seems to have given up on destroying the Elven King. In that case, I can also prepare to free the Elven King without any scruples, so that the Elven King can be freed from his madness. Lotus looked at Noah. "What about you? What are you going to do?" Noah pondered for a moment and asked. 3 years ago, how did you assassinate the Elf King and free the Water Elf King? The Hall of Sacrifice where the Elf King resided was an absolute forbidden area. No one was allowed to enter. The only exception was the winner of the Elven Sword Dance Festival. The winner of the Elven Sword Dance Festival could enter the Hall of True's Sacrifice and make their wish in front of the 5 Elven Kings. For this reason, after Lotus learned about the existence of the otherworld darkness from Lysia, she entered the altar hall as the winner of the Elven Sword Dance Festival and assassinated the Elven King. However, even if Lotus had the power of the Dark Elf King, it would still be very difficult for her to assassinate the 5 Elf Kings. It was a very simple algorithm. Lotus was alone. There were 5 Elf Kings on the other side. Even if the Dark Elf King was stronger than the other Elf Kings, it would still be impossible for him to fight against 5 Elf Kings alone. Otherwise, the Dark Elf King would not have been defeated during the Elven War and chose to reincarnate. Based on this, Lotus should not have used a direct attack, but some other method. Noah felt that it was necessary for him to understand this. Lotus did not expect Noah to suddenly ask such a question. After hesitating for a while, she replied. "I found the opportunity to assassinate the Elf King by making a wish." Making a wish? Noah was stunned. After hesitating for a while, he said with uncertainty. "Are you referring to the wish that you can make to the Elf King when you win the Elven Sword Dance Festival? You can assassinate the Elf King with that? Isn't that strange? Don't be surprised. I did use the wish to obtain the opportunity to assassinate the Elf King." Lotus said. "You must think that the wish of the winner of the Elven Sword Dance Festival was granted by the Elf King, right?" "Why?" Noah asked. "Isn't that the case? The miracle of the Elven King's servant. The power that can grant wishes is not released by the Elven King himself. Instead, it is similar to a ritual, a system. After it is set up, it will begin to operate," Lotus explained. Therefore, when the winner of the Elven Sword Dance Festival makes a wish to the 5 Elf Kings in the Hall of Sacrifice, the miracle will do its best to grant the wish. Hearing this, Noah more or less understood what Lotus was trying to say. In other words, when the winner of the Elven Sword Dance Festival makes a wish in front of the Elf King, the miracle system will immediately operate, ignoring the Elf King who set up the ritual and grant the wish itself. That's right. Lotus nodded. Even if the wish is not beneficial to the Elf King, the miracle will immediately operate and bind the Elf Kings who are the executors of the miracle. Is this the so-called self-enmeshing? It was this miracle system that gave Lotus the opportunity to assassinate the Elf King. That day, I only made one wish in the Hall of Sacrifice. Lotus looked straight at Noah. That is the death of the Elf King. I believe that no one has ever made such a wish before. Perhaps, even the Elf Kings who set up the miracle system did not expect that one day, someone would use this miracle to make such a wish. But, if this wish can really be granted, then you don't have to worry about the Mad Elf King destroying the world, and you don't have to assassinate the Water Elf King yourself. Noah noticed the key point. After you made the wish, you should have realized that something impossible would happen, right? Yes. Lotus sighed. After all, the miracle power is a system used by the 5 Elf Kings to grant wishes on their behalf. It will not destroy the Elf King who is the executor. Therefore, even if you make such a wish, it will not be granted. However, before it is determined that the wish is invalid, the miracle power will still work. Lotus said. During this period of time, this power would bind the Elf King, making him unable to move. I took advantage of this opportunity to assassinate the Water Elf King, destroying the crazed personality of the Water Elf King and releasing the original personality of the Water Elf King. If this is the case, then as long as there is a certain degree of power, perhaps even an ordinary elf envoy can successfully assassinate the Elf King. However, the Elf King being bound does not mean that the otherworld darkness will be bound. Lotus said solemnly. During the assassination of the Elven King, the otherworldly darkness would definitely appear. At that time, I also experienced its terror. 3 years ago, if I hadn't been able to use the power of the Dark Elven King, I would have definitely been swallowed by the otherworldly darkness. According to Lotus's description, 3 years ago, after the assassination of the Water Elf King was successful, a large amount of the otherworld darkness gushed out from the Water Elf King's body. At that time, if Lotus had not been able to use the power of the Dark Elf King to forcibly break out of the encirclement, and if Restia had not used the teleportation magic to leave the Hall of Truth at the critical moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After that, I originally wanted to return to Gray and Vaza's place to continue honing my sword dance skills. When the time was right, I would find an opportunity to free the other Elf Kings. But before that, I met Lubia. Lotus glanced at Lubia's direction. After knowing that Lubia betrayed the Elf King because she knew the truth about his madness, I accepted her invitation and acted with her. For the past 3 years, I have been hiding in the Alpha Empire. Then, Lotus learned about Noah's appearance and followed the guidance of the world fragment. She left the Alpha Empire and found Noah. Noah also knew what happened after that. So, if you want to use the same method as me to free the Mad Elf King, then I only have one thing to say to you. Lotus stared at Noah and said word by word. Be careful of the otherworld darkness. Don't let your elves come into contact with the darkness. Otherwise, even if you are fine, your elves may go completely crazy. Don't forget. Noah pondered for a moment and nodded heavily. Chapter 1827. Just like that, time passed by mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, the second night of the abandoned city had arrived. Night was the time when magical fairies were most active. As such, just like last night, large numbers of magic fairies began to appear in the abandoned city, causing it to become quite lively. Among them, there was even a small number of magical fairies. Magical fairies had a very special brain structure to begin with, and were thought to be absolutely impossible to contract and communicate with. The only people who could contract and communicate with magical fairies were people like Gray and Vaz, who had the potential to become magical fairies. If they encountered magical fairies, under normal circumstances, the magical fairies would attack humans without any explanation. Under such circumstances, if the opponent was still a demon god-level magical fairy, it would be a fatal situation. Therefore, on the night of the abandoned city, the contestants of the Elven Sword Dance Festival who were still on the stage would choose to hibernate and rest, right? After all, not everyone could be like Noah, Lotus, and Lubia, who had the power of the Elven King that could govern all the elements in the world and was equivalent to a god. For Noah, Lotus, and Lubia, magical fairies were existences that could be casually dealt with. Only mythical fairies required a bit of effort, but it was only a bit of effort. As for human magical fairies, only Grey and Vaz, who were known as the strongest magical fairies in the continent, had the power to kill magical fairies alone. This was enough to prove the difference between human magical fairies and abnormal existences like Noah, Lotus, and Lubia. Even without Noah, Lotus was the reincarnation of the Demon King, and Lubia was the successor of the Saintess. Both of them were more or less stronger than the previous Demon King and Saintess because of the existence of the world fragment. To say that they were abnormal existences was not wrong at all. In this way, normal magical fairies could not ignore the threat of magical fairies. Even the trump cards of the various countries were the same. However, as existences whose power in this world exceeded the scale of Scale, Noah, Lotus, and Lubia also stayed inside a building and rested under the light of a bonfire. Noah leaned against a wall and fell into a deep sleep. Lotus sat in front of the bonfire and closed her eyes to rest. Lubia, who had been resting with her eyes closed for the whole day, suddenly opened her eyes slowly. Looking at Noah who was in deep sleep and Lotus who was taking a nap, Lubia propped up her body, raised her hand, opened and closed her palm. After feeling the condition of her body, she muttered to herself in a self-deprecating manner. "Have you fully recovered? Should I say that this is truly the power of the Saintess of the 5 great elf kings?" After muttering to herself, Lubia got up and walked to Noah. Looking at the defenseless Noah sleeping in front of her, Lubia was stunned for a long time. After a long time, Lubia murmured again. "Let me see how you're going to face the truth of this world." After saying that, Lubia took out a magic stone and gently placed it in Noah's hand. It was the magic stone that belonged to Lubia. After losing the magic stone, it wouldn't be long before Lubia would be teleported out of this abandoned city. Before that, a voice entered Lubia's ears. "Are you going to hand everything over to Noah?" The voice from behind did not surprise Lubia in the slightest. As if she already knew that the other party would speak, Lubia spoke with a calm face. "Since I've already lost, it's useless to say anything more. Losers don't have the right to express their ideals. Only winners can keep moving forward. What I have to do is more or less finished." "Is that so?" Lotus opened her eyes and stared at the bonfire in front of her. She did not look at Lubia at all. "So, what are you going to do next?" "I'll wait and see." Lubia did not look at Lotus and directly answered. "Before this elven sword dance ends and before Noah Dole makes a wish in front of the Elf King, I won't do anything. As for what will happen after that, I'll make a decision based on the situation." Lubia closed her eyes. "I hope your idea of saving the Elf King won't die prematurely." When these words came out of Lubia's mouth, a magic square slowly flashed under her body. Lubia's body turned into a ray of light and merged with the magic square. Then, she disappeared with the magic square. From the beginning to the end, Lotus did not look at Lubia's direction. She did not even watch Lubia leave. She quietly sat there and looked at the bonfire. The light of the fire reflected in her eyes. "Is it really okay to let Lubia Elstian leave just like that?" Lestia's voice came from the black magic sword that was leaning on the side. "Maybe she hasn't given up on the idea of destroying the Elf King." "It's okay." Lotus picked up a branch and threw it into the bonfire. "In this world, only Noah and I have the ability to destroy the Elf King. Lubia's Saintess power came from the 5 Elf Kings. It's impossible for her to destroy the master of that power. In this situation where neither I nor Noah agree with her idea, even if she wants to destroy the Elf King, she can't do it. In the face of the gods and rulers of this world, the power of humans was too weak. Not everyone in this world could be like the lucky ones in the world of the God Slayer, who relied on luck and opportunity to kill the gods. The reason why Lotus could surpass the limits of humans was because of the power of the Dark Elf King. The reason why Lubia could surpass the limits of humans was because of the power of the 5 Elf Kings. As for Noah, Lotus did not know what kind of existence he was. The reason why Lotus could perfectly awaken and control the power of the Dark Elf King was because of the thing in her heart that Noah called the World Fragment. Being able to know the existence of that thing, Noah was already mysterious enough. Therefore, even if she did not know how Noah could surpass the limits of humans, Lotus did not doubt this man. Because Lotus had a feeling. This man would not betray the world. No. It should be said that it was absolutely impossible for Noah to betray the world. That was right. Lotus, who was thinking this, did not know. In fact, Noah did not fall into a deep sleep at all. Noah clearly heard the conversation between Lotus and Lubia. As for Lubia's departure, Noah was also aware of it. Pretending to be asleep, Noah was silent for a while. After a while, Noah spoke in his mind. Is it okay to let Lubia leave like this? Aster? After a while, Aster's voice sounded in Noah's mind. It's okay. Aster gave the same answer as Lotus and said so. Lubia Elstian is Alicia's successor, but she is not Alicia in the end. Aster's voice was emotionless as usual. However, Noah could hear the faint emotions in Aster's voice. In it, there was relief and disappointment. Relief because the master who died because of his curse did not appear in front of him, so Aster did not know how to face it. Disappointment because Alicia did not come back to life. For Aster to be able to hide such conflicting feelings in his plain words, it was truly amazing. In this regard, Noah did not know what to say. On the other hand, Athena's voice echoed in Noah's mind. If you want great power, it is natural to pay a price, Athena said softly. Holy Sword Spirit, you are an existence that even the Elven King has to be wary of. If you want to obtain your power, it is natural to pay a price. Perhaps you think that the Saintess of Salvation was harmed by you, but I must tell you that it was her choice. If you keep feeling guilty, then you are denying her choice. Aster was silent. However, Noah also wanted to agree with Athena's words. Alicia knew about the curse a long time ago, but she still chose to use you. Noah said. If it were me, I would not want you to see my choice as your own fault. If that happened, I would be sad. Aster did not say anything else. Noah and Athena also fell silent and did not say anything else. Noah only hoped that Aster could use this opportunity to walk out of the shadow of the past. That would be good. Chapter 1828. There really was no sunlight during the day in the abandoned city. Even though dawn had arrived, the sky was still the same as it was 2 days ago. It was gray and there was no sign of life. However, the magical fairies that were active at night had begun to quietly retreat and hide their whereabouts, proving that the day had arrived. Even though there was no sunlight, Noah still woke up from his sleep. The bonfire had been extinguished and was no longer burning. It emitted a faint burnt smell that was slightly pungent. In front of the bonfire, 2 girls sat side by side and were gnawing on bread. The 2 girls were naturally Lotus and Lysia. Perhaps they did not notice that Noah had woken up. Lotus and Lysia gnawed on the bread in their hands while chatting. From Noah's point of view, this scene was like a pair of sisters chatting. It was quite heartwarming. From this, it could be seen how close Lotus and Restia were to each other. Of course, if their relationship was not good, after Noah defeated Lotus yesterday, Lysia would not have stood up to face Noah alone and protected Lotus. These 2 girls had always been together since they were young. The bond between the 2 of them was so deep that it was impossible for outsiders to understand, right? Just as Noah was thinking this, Lysia, who was chatting with Lotus, suddenly turned her dusk-like eyes to Noah and spoke with a faint smile. You're already awake but you're still hiding and peeping. Is this also your interest? As Celestia spoke, Ren reacted and looked at Noah as well. Under the gazes of the 2 girls, Noah curled his lips. You're not changing or bathing. What's the benefit of peeping? Oh. Lysia immediately revealed a mischievous smile. In other words, if we're changing or bathing, you'll peep. Who knows? Noah said indifferently. Why don't you try it first? Celestia blinked and turned her gaze to Lotus. That's what she said. Do you want to try? Don't be ridiculous, Lotus said helplessly. That won't do any good either, right? Hee hee. Restia pursed her lips and laughed. Her laughter was as pleasant as the ringing of a bell, making one feel relaxed and happy. Throughout this process, Celestia didn't stop nibbling on the bread in her hand. Elves didn't need to eat. However, many elves actually liked to eat human food to satisfy their appetite. Therefore, when humans worshipped the elves, they would usually offer food as an offering, even if the target was the elf king. Of course, not all elves liked human food. Take Athena for example. Before she became an elf, when she was still a god, she never ate. After she became an elf of God's blade, she had no intention of changing. That's what I said. Although it's natural for the gods and elves to consume the offerings offered by humans, for a warrior, the only way to continue fighting is to not rely on food. Even if I'm no longer the goddess of war, there's no need for me to cater to the interests of humans. That was what Athena said. Even if she was no longer the god of disobedience and would not be swallowed by the arrogance of the god of disobedience, as a former goddess, Athena's arrogance still existed. Noah had no reason to refute her. Besides, not eating wouldn't have any effect, so Noah let Athena do as she pleased. On the other hand, Aster was sometimes interested in human food. He would often appear when Noah was eating, like a small animal waiting to be fed, asking for food from Noah. It was very cute. Unfortunately, the conversation last night seemed to have enlightened Aster, and it seemed like he wouldn't appear today. Moreover, Lysia seemed to be an elf who liked human food too. Looking at the appearance of the highest dark elf nibbling on the bread with relish, Noah couldn't help but laugh. Then, Noah glanced at the magic stone in his arms. It was the magic stone left behind by Lubia when she left last night. Noah's expression didn't change as he kept the magic stone. Then, he straightened his body and went to the extinguished bonfire. He took out a piece of pancake from his gift card and ate his breakfast. Seeing that Noah kept the magic stone left behind by Lubia, Lotus turned her gaze to Noah. It seems that when Lubia left, you didn't fall asleep. Aren't you the same? Noah said casually. Moreover, instead of saying that you didn't fall asleep, you should say that you already knew that the Elf of Calamity would do this, right? Lubia's thinking has always been very extreme. When she knew that the Elf King had gone mad, she wanted to destroy them. After she lost to you, she felt that she didn't have the right to express her ideals and left directly. Lotus laughed bitterly. But, if that's the case, I can be sure that Lubia won't think about destroying the Elf King anymore. What about you? Noah asked directly. Are you still thinking about saving the Elf King? That's what I'm thinking. Lotus nodded slowly. The Elf King is also a victim. We don't have a reason to destroy them because of this. My plan is to end the matter between you and me during the Elven Sword Dance Festival and win the festival. Just like 3 years ago, I will release a few more Elf Kings as the winner of the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Will you be able to release all the Elf Kings with this method of yours? Noah said in a doubtful tone. 3 years ago, you only released 1 Elf King. Even if you do it again, you can only release 1 or 2 Elf Kings at most. Are you planning to release the rest of the Elf Kings during the next Elven Sword Dance Festival? Is that even possible? The time of the Elven Sword Dance Festival was not fixed. Whenever the Elf Kings wanted to hold the Elven Sword Dance Festival, they would inform their elf concubines through the oracle and let them announce the edict. In the past 30 years, the Elven Sword Dance Festival had only been held 3 times, 3 years ago, 15 years ago, and 24 years ago. Then, who knew when the next Elven Sword Dance Festival would be held? Moreover, the Elven Sword Dance Festival could only be attended by elf envoys below the age of 20. Lotus was already 17 years old. It was unknown if she would be able to participate in the next Elven Sword Dance Festival. Therefore, it was unrealistic to use this method to release all the elf kings. Lotus naturally understood this point. Therefore, Lotus spoke with a serious expression. My initial plan was to release the remaining 3 elf kings at once. Although it was a little difficult, it was not impossible. 3 pillars? Noah was stunned. You released 1 elf king 3 years ago. There should be 4 elf kings left, right? However, that was what Lien said. No, there are only 3 elf kings left. Lotus's expression became serious. 3 years ago, I only saw 4 elf kings in the Hall of Sacrifice. The Holy Elf King's seat in the center was empty. Empty? Noah was shocked. The Holy Elf King's seat was empty. Why? Don't ask me why. I don't know either. Lotus said directly. Even Rubia and Restia don't know why. How would I know? Hearing this, Noah looked at Restia. Restia nodded her head, confirming Lotus's words. Noah's brows immediately furrowed. It was another piece of unexpected news. No matter what, we should first release the remaining 3 elf kings in the Hall of Sacrifice. That was my previous plan. Lotus sighed. But now that I have lost to you, I can no longer win the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Hearing this, Restia raised her eyebrows and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. However, before she could, Noah spoke. Haven't you always wanted to know what I would do after knowing that the Elf King had gone crazy? Noah suddenly smiled. Now, I will tell you. After saying that, Noah directly voiced his thoughts. After knowing Noah's thoughts, Lotus and Restia widened their eyes in disbelief. However, at the same time, the 2 girls' hearts burned with passion. If what Noah said was true, then all their problems would be solved. Chapter 1829. Bang! Accompanied by a heavy muffled sound, a figure suddenly flew out from a street in the abandoned city and smashed heavily onto the ground. He slid for a distance before coming to a stop. It was an elven envoy wearing a red and white uniform with strange patterns drawn on it. Judging from the uniform, this young girl was an elven envoy from the Holy Roha Kingdom. In other words, this young girl was a member of the Saint Knights. As an elven envoy from a kingdom on the same scale as the Holy Roha Kingdom and being able to represent the Holy Roha Kingdom in the finals of the Elven Sword Dance Festival, this young girl's strength was unimaginable. However, at this moment, this elven envoy was knocked to the ground without any ability to retaliate. The intense pain from her body made her groan. Damn! Damn it! The young girl could only lie on the ground and raise her head with difficulty, casting her gaze forward. There, a man and a woman were slowly walking over. They were none other than Noah and Lotus. The young girl glared at Noah and Lotus with resentment and spoke with a hoarse voice. Why is the male elven envoy and the strongest sword dancer together? The 2 of them were not from the same kingdom, nor were they companions. They were even enemies, so why would they be together? No matter how she thought about it, this elven envoy from the Holy Roha Kingdom couldn't figure it out. Of course, Noah and Lotus didn't need to explain it to her. After all, the resentment in the elven envoy's eyes made them feel uncomfortable. However, Noah and Lotus weren't surprised by the other party's reaction. During the preliminaries of the Elven Sword Dance Festival, Noah had defeated the other 2 elven envoy teams from the Holy Roha Kingdom. Moreover, he had ruthlessly turned the tables on them when they were looking down on a group of students. He had already offended the elven envoys of the Holy Roha Kingdom. During the finals of the previous Elven Sword Dance Festival, Lotus had defeated the trump card of the Holy Roha Kingdom and won the championship. It was impossible for these people to have a good impression of her. The result was like this. Therefore, there was nothing much to say to each other. Lotus stepped forward and took away the magic stone from the elven envoy. The elven envoy wanted to resist but was powerless to do so. Clang! A magic array immediately appeared under the elf and brought him back to the high shrine. Holding the demon stone, Lotus tossed it to Noah. That's the third piece. That was right. Since the morning, Noah and Lotus had been hunting in this abandoned city, and they had encountered two enemies. The first one he encountered was the Dragon Emperor Knights of the Dragon Duchy of Drago. The other party had two people working together, but they encountered Noah and Lotus. They couldn't even escape and were directly knocked down by Lotus, who took away two devil stones. The second time, he encountered the Saint Knights of the Kingdom of Divine Georgia. It was the elf envoy from before. Naturally, the other party did not even have the chance to escape and was directly dealt with by Lotus, resulting in the previous scene, which allowed Lotus to obtain the third magic stone. However, Lotus gave all three magic stones to Noah. For the sake of Noah's plan. In order to realize Noah's plan, it was necessary to enter the high shrine and directly meet the Elf King. Therefore, Lotus gave up the chance to win and chose to work together with Noah. She even began to assist Noah to win the Elven Sword Dance Festival. In the finals of the Elven Sword Dance Festival, only Lotus and Rubia could pose a threat to Noah. Now, Rubia had withdrawn, and Lotus stood on Noah's side. The result was naturally that the two of them dominated this abandoned city. There was no other possibility. Now, we have defeated one member of the Saint Knights and two members of the Dragon Emperor Knights. Noah tossed the magic stone in his hand. In addition to the magic stones of Red Lotus, Mauya, and Lily from your Purgatory Apostles, and my own magic stone, I have 7 magic stones. Today is the last day of the finals. There are less than 3 hours until the end of the competition. Lotus held the black magic sword and said, "Before that, I will give you the 2 magic stones that I have. That way, you will have 9 magic stones. It shouldn't be a problem for you to win the competition, right?" The only teams that entered the finals of the Elven Sword Dance Festival were Fairy's Tale, Purgatory Apostles, Saint Knights, and Dragon Emperor Knights. A total of 4 teams. Each team had 5 people, so 4 teams would have 20 people. All the magic stones added up to 20 people. Noah alone obtained almost half of the magic stones. Unless someone else obtained the rest of the magic stones, there was no way they could win. It's still a little risky. Although it's difficult, we can't be sure that no one will obtain the rest of the magic stones. So, it's best to obtain one more magic stone to ensure that we have half of the magic stones. That way, we won't lose. As he said that, Noah noticed something else. He looked at Lotus. "Oh right, you have 2 magic stones. One of them is yours, right? Who does the other one belong to? Is it the Saint Knights of the Holy Kingdom or the Dragon Emperor Knights of the Dragon Duchy of Draconia? Don't tell me it belongs to my companion." "Neither." Lotus shook her head. "That is the Purgatory Apostles' magic stone." "The Purgatory Apostles' magic stone?" Noah was stunned. "You attacked your companion?" "To be more precise, it should be said that the other party attacked me," Lotus said calmly. "Sarah Khan, the princess of the Alphys theocracy. She is also a member of the power that believes in the Demon King. She has always had her eyes on me, but she couldn't find a chance to attack me. Until this finals, when everyone would be randomly teleported, Sarah Khan found me. As for the result, there was no need to mention it. In the face of the Demon King who had fully awakened the power of the Dark Elf King, a human elf was just like an ant. How could there be a second ending? Noah was not familiar with Sarah Khan, but he faintly remembered that at the beginning of the preliminaries, when he found the Purgatory Apostle, she looked at him with a scheming and insidious gaze. That gaze made Noah very unhappy. So, at that time, Noah conveniently got rid of her. Since Noah could easily get rid of Sarah Khan, if Lotus wanted to deal with Sarah Khan, it would be just a matter of convenience. However, you are right. In order to ensure victory, it is necessary to obtain another magic stone. Lotus said. Although you can achieve your goal as long as one of your companions is not eliminated, but perhaps your companion has already been eliminated. You can't rely too much on this kind of uncertain thing. Noah nodded. At this time, Noah and Lotus' hearts slightly moved. They turned their heads and looked in a certain direction. There, a figure slowly appeared. As soon as she appeared, her gaze landed on Lotus. I finally found you, Lotus Isubble. Hearing these words and seeing the full appearance of the other party, Lotus' eyes flickered as she softly said the other party's name. Luminalise Saint Richette, the newcomer, was the ace general of the Holy Tuya Kingdom. 3 years ago, she was defeated by Lotus in the finals of the Elven Sword Dance Festival. She was the rumored holy elf envoy Luminalise. It wasn't just Luminalise. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, a gust of wind rose in the sky. A pitch-black dragon flew over, flapping its wings as it hovered above everyone, looking down at them from above. On the back of the giant black dragon, the ace general of the Dragon Duchy of Doragonia looked down at the 3 people below with a joyful smile on her delicate face. It seems that I came at the right time. Indeed, I came at the right time. Noah Doragonia. Lotus Isubble. Rayla Lancaster. Luminalise Saint Richette. On the last day of the finals of the Elven Sword Dance Festival, less than 3 hours before the end of the competition, on a street in the center of the abandoned city, the ace generals of the 4 teams representing the 4 countries gathered together. Chapter 1830. Whoosh! Strong winds howled on the streets, stirring up a large amount of sand and dust. The entire space seemed to be a little blurry. Noah, Lotus, Leola, and Luminaris observed each other from a distance. Noah and Lotus even looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. I didn't expect to meet Leola on the last day. Noah shrugged. That lass has been watching me. She'll probably find me later, right? I'm in the same situation as you. Luminaris will probably find me too. Lotus smiled. But, she came at the right time. With Leola and Luminalis magic stones, Noah would have a total of 11 magic stones. He would definitely be able to win the competition. With less than 3 hours left in the competition, it was a blessing from the heavens to meet an opponent. Although Noah and Lotus were the ones who were found. Leola, who was flying in mid-air, looked at Noah and Lotus who were standing side by side. Her delicate face was filled with doubt. Why would Noah and Lotus be together? Not only were they elven messengers from different countries, but they also seemed to have fought on the first day of the Elven Sword Dance Festival preliminaries. In that case, Noah and Lotus should be enemies. Why would they be together? Leola couldn't help but think of the first day of the finals. That day, didn't Leola, who had her divine power stolen by the crippled elf, also act together with Noah? Since Leola, who was also an enemy, could act together with Noah, it wasn't strange that Lotus Isubble would act together with Noah. After this thought flashed through her mind, Leola suddenly smiled. The 2 elven messengers who were known as the strongest in the Elven Sword Dance Festival were able to meet on the last day of the finals. This might be the blessing of the dragon god. However, there's still only one person that I want to defeat the most. Leola looked at Noah with a burning gaze. That's you, Noah Doria. I know. Noah curled his lips and smiled. It's not that I haven't considered it. If I meet you again, I'll satisfy you a little. It seems that now is the best time. That's right. Leola's expression became joyful. Then, as though she recalled something, she turned around and looked at Luminaris. Holy elf messenger of the Holy Kingdom, you won't stop me, right? I should be the one saying that. Luminalise didn't even look at Leola. She didn't even look at Noah. She only looked straight at Lotus and said as such. It's just as you said. Even though there are 2 elven envoys who are rated as the strongest here, there is still only one person I want to defeat the most, and that is Rena Subble. After that, Luminaris gathered a flash of light in her hand. The light turned into a pure white holy sword that Luminaris gripped tightly in her hand. Holding the pure white holy sword, Luminaris pointed at Lotus from afar, her eyes full of determination. Luminaris, you haven't forgotten the finals 3 years ago, right? Of course, I haven't forgotten, Luminaris nodded. You were the only one who gave me a tough battle during the Elven Sword Dance Festival 3 years ago. I still remember you. After saying this, Lotus muttered in her heart. Of course, I didn't use the Dark Elf King's power during the Elven Sword Dance Festival 3 years ago. Even under such circumstances, Lotus had only fought a slightly bitter battle against Luminaris. It was imaginable that even without the Dark Elf King's power, Luminaris was still much stronger than ordinary human elf messengers. The title of the strongest sword dancer wasn't just for show. Luminaris didn't know about this. However, Luminaris couldn't forget the Elven Sword Dance Festival 3 years ago. Actually, I was very confident that I could win that battle because you were using a dark elf and I was using a holy elf. My advantage was too obvious when our attributes countered each other. Luminaris clenched her teeth. However, even with such an obvious advantage, I still lost to you in the finals of the Elven Sword Dance Festival 3 years ago. Today, I finally have the chance to take revenge on you. I won't run away. Lotus accepted Luminalis' challenge with a straight face. Besides, I'm still using a dark elf. Let me see how strong you've become in the past 3 years. On the other side, Leola also leaped down from the sky. The pitch-black dragon transformed into a ray of light that gathered in Leola's hand and transformed into a pitch-black greatsword. Holding the pitch-black greatsword in her hand, Leola raised her eyes and looked at Noah. Her eyes flashed with eagerness to give it a try. This time, I must determine the winner with you. Noah met Leola's gaze and nodded after seeing the intimidating look in her eyes. This is also the last chance. I won't run away either. As soon as he finished speaking, a small silver sword appeared in Noah's hand. It gradually emitted a dazzling light and slowly turned into a shiny silver steel sword. The body of the sword shone with an intense sharpness. Noah, who was originally worried that Aster might not be in the right state and was considering if he should use Athena, finally calmed down. He grasped the silver holy sword in his hand and felt the divine power coming from Aster. He then looked at Leola. Come on. Let's end this battle before the end of the competition. Hearing this, Leola showed a fearless smile. That's exactly what I want. As soon as she finished speaking. Dong! Leola abruptly stomped on the ground, and her figure suddenly shot out. The elven device in her hand spun like a whistling windmill, and even the air was directly torn apart. With a sharp sound of wind breaking, she violently slashed in Noah's direction. Before the sword arrived, the whistling wind had already hit Noah's body, causing Noah's skin to feel a little stinging pain. Just like before, she had a monstrous strength that was astonishing. After being strengthened by the dragon attribute elven magic, which was known as the highest level of physical strengthening, Leola's physical strength was firmly above Noah's. Therefore, Noah naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to face Leola's monstrous strength head-on. He took a step forward and leaned his body to the side in a strange manner. Swoosh! The sharp greatsword with a chilling intent brought along a sharp gust of wind as it fell close to Noah's body. However, Leola wasn't surprised at all. I knew you'd be able to dodge it. After saying those words, Leola directly raised her fist. Her slender fist suddenly moved, and like a heavy hammer, it abruptly blasted out. Noah didn't expect Leola to suddenly use close-range combat. However, Noah wasn't startled by it. He took another step forward and leaned his body to the side again, allowing Leola's fist to graze his chest. Immediately after, Noah also raised his hand that wasn't holding a sword and suddenly pressed down on Leola's fist that had missed its target. He pulled Leola's body fiercely and directly rammed his shoulder into hers. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Ugh! Leola let out a muffled groan and abruptly retreated a dozen steps. She clutched her chest with a dejected look on her face. Sure enough, I guessed it right. Noah smiled faintly. In order to strengthen your strength to the limit, you relax the strengthening of your defensive power. After all, no matter how much you strengthen your defensive power, it's impossible to block the holy sword that killed the Demon King with your body, right? Leola took a deep breath and pointed her pitch-black greatsword at Noah. If that's the case, I'll use all of my divine might to strengthen my strength. As long as I can hit you, I'll be able to cause considerable damage. A wise choice. Noah looked straight at Leola and chuckled. However, it's useless if I can't hit you. Then I'll think of a way to hit you. Leola's eyes burned with scorching battle intent once again. The wyverns of Dalagonia will go all out even when hunting lions. Moreover, you're not a lion but a demon god. If that's the case, I'll give everything I have and fight you to the end. Seeing the astonishing battle intent burning in Leola's eyes, Noah withdrew the relaxed smile on his face. Then come at me. Chapter 1831. Hiya! She dashed forward. The dragon dukedom of Doragonia's dragon dukedom roared with a pitch-black greatsword in her hand. She dashed forward violently as if she wanted to squeeze out all of her strength. In front of her, the only male elf user on the continent gazed at Leola and gently raised the holy sword in his hand. In the next moment, the silver holy sword and the pitch-black greatsword both turned into sword lights. Clank! The pure white and pitch-black sword lights collided with each other, creating crisp clanking noises. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, and phosphorescent godly power rippled like waves of ripples from the elven devices that collided with each other. Hiya! Leola roared like a huge dragon and instantly suppressed Noah with the help of the dragon attribute elven magic to strengthen her body. Immediately after, the pitch-black greatsword turned into an endless stream of slashes like a storm, swinging in Noah's direction like a torrential storm. His vision was already covered by the saber lights and sword shadows. Noah's pitch-black and deep eyes were as calm as a lake without any ripples. He gently raised the holy sword in his hand again. Clank! 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 If Leola's sword was like a storm that could tear a person's body apart, then Noah's sword was just the opposite. It danced in the void casually like a gentle breeze. However, even so, the storm-like slashes were still deflected by the holy sword, which was like a gentle breeze brushing against one's face. The melodious sounds of swords and halberds continued to resound in the air, which was exceptionally intense. Clank! 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 The sounds of swords and halberds didn't stop. Leola moved closer to Noah with an overwhelming aura. She then slashed out a torrential storm of attacks. She was like a crazed rock cutter, mercilessly shattering all the rocks, debris, and bricks in her surroundings. In the face of such a violent combo, let alone a human, even if a dragon were to barge in, it would be instantly engulfed in the crazily dancing shadows of swords and sabers. Blood and internal organs would splatter, and its body would be smashed into pieces. However, Noah was in the middle of it all. Although Noah had been constantly retreating to avoid being overwhelmed by Leola's astonishing arm strength, he was still able to receive Leola's storm-like slashes every time he swung his sword. Clang 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 clang. Sparks flew as the two swords clashed. Huff, 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 huff. The whirling elven device stirred up howling winds. One advanced while the other retreated, one attacked while the other defended, and they displayed an extremely intense sword dance. Everywhere they passed, numerous cracks were slashed open on the ground, and it was like a typhoon had passed by, causing it to be extremely shocking. Luminaris held her breath at the sight of this. It had to be said that the intensity of the sword dance had exceeded Luminaris's imagination. Initially, apart from Liena Subble, Luminaris didn't take anyone seriously in this elven sword dance festival. Even though she knew that Noah had defeated Versilia and that Leola was the trump card of the Draconic Duchy of Draconic Kingdom, Luminaris didn't take them seriously and didn't treat them as formidable enemies. It wasn't that Luminaris looked down on Noah and Leola, but in Luminaris's heart, no matter how powerful Noah and Leola were, they couldn't be compared to the strongest sword dancer. Luminaris's goal was to defeat the strongest sword dancer. As such, Luminaris naturally wouldn't be too wary of the elven envoy whom she thought was inferior to Lien. She only took them seriously. Now, after witnessing the battle between Noah and Leola, Luminaris finally understood. Even if they couldn't be compared to Lien, they weren't existences that she could simply ignore. At the very least, the power that Leola displayed was enough to make Luminaris feel solemn. What made Luminaris feel even more solemn was Noah. Luminaris admitted that if she was in Leola's shoes, she would never be able to parry Leola's attacks so perfectly even if she didn't get flustered. She would never have been able to parry Leola's attacks so perfectly even if she didn't get flustered. However, Noah was standing in the middle of the stormy attacks like a rock cutter. Not only did he deflect all of Leola's attacks, but he also had a calm expression on his face as though it wasn't strenuous at all. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Noah was only parrying and didn't attack at all. Thus, Luminaris immediately understood. He's going easy on me. Luminaris immediately denied this sentence as soon as it came out of her mouth. He's not going easy on me, Lien said calmly. If Noah had switched from defense to offense, the outcome would have been decided in an instant. If Noah was willing, the Dragon Lady might not even have the chance to attack and would be killed immediately. However, the Dragon Lady is a respectable elven envoy. Therefore, Noah probably wants her to retain some of her dignity, which is why he allowed the Dragon Lady to attack, right? Is that so? Luminaris said coldly. Isn't that going easy on her? He's just giving the opportunity to attack first to his opponent. It's not considered going easy on him. Once he switches from defense to offense, Noah will still decide the outcome of the battle in an instant. He's showing his opponent the greatest respect. Lien looked up and stared at Luminaris. I'll also give you the opportunity to attack first and decide the outcome of the battle in an instant. This is the respect I'm showing you in this Elven Sword Dance Festival. Is that so? Luminaris gripped the elven device in her hand tightly as the light in her eyes turned colder and colder. Then I'd like to see if you can kill me in an instant when you switch from defense to offense. As soon as she finished speaking, Luminalis also rushed towards Lotus like a storm. Clank! Following the sound of a collision that was louder than any of the previous ones, the storm-like battle finally came to a stop. Ha! 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 Holding the pitch-black greatsword tightly, Leola, who was holding it in front of her, still stared at Noah. Her chest was heaving up and down as she panted continuously. Obviously, the fierce attack just now had consumed a lot of the Dragon Lady's stamina. On the other hand, Noah pointed the sacred sword diagonally to the ground. Not only was his breathing not disordered, but his expression was still as calm as before. His performance gave Leola an unusual amount of pressure. At this moment, Leola felt that Noah was like a huge mountain. Not only was he majestic, but he also made her feel small just by standing there. This feeling made Leola tighten her grip on the sword bit by bit, and sweat began to drip down her delicate face. He's really as strong as a monster. A smile appeared on Leola's face as if she was trying to be brave. This is the strength of the elven envoy who can rival the strongest sword dancer. You're also very strong, Noah said sincerely. Among the elven envoys that I know, your strength is definitely in the top 5. You can be proud. Lien and Rubia were both extraordinary existences. One had the strength of the Dark Elven Monarch, while the other had the strength of the 5 Elven Monarchs. Naturally, they couldn't be defeated by a human elven envoy. Grey and Vaz were known as the strongest elven envoys on the continent. The ultimate sword skills that they developed were used by Noah and Lien, so they were naturally stronger than Leola. However, apart from these existences, Leola was definitely the strongest elven envoy that Noah had ever seen. Even Versilia might not be Leola's match. Of course, this was referring to Versilia before she had a large number of spell engravings. Therefore, I won't show you any mercy. Noah finally raised the sacred sword in his hand and pointed it at Leola. Next, it's my turn. At this moment, a chill ran down Leola's spine. Leola's pupils immediately shrank. Wang! In the next moment, dense divine power erupted from Noah's body and surged into the sacred sword in his hand. In the faint sound of the air being torn apart, the godly speed thrust transformed into a lightning-like attack and flashed in the air. Ultimate sword skill. primary form purple lightning. The silver sacred sword was like a thunderbolt, and in less than a second, it arrived in front of Leola. Pucci. Leola only saw a blur in front of her, and then her chest was ruthlessly pierced through. Intense pain mercilessly assaulted Leola's spiritual sea. Chapter 1832. The battle ended in an instant. Lying on the ground, Leola clutched her chest. Her face showed a little pain, but more than that, she was satisfied. Noah stood in front of Leola with the silver holy sword in his hand. He looked down at the dragon princess and spoke helplessly. How was it? Did I satisfy you? Of course. Leola's breathing was hurried and her face was pale. However, the satisfaction in her tone was clear. Although the result is depressing, you showed me the peak of the sword dance. With this, I can move toward the peak. She wasn't obsessed with winning or losing, nor was she obsessed with the result. She only enjoyed the process of the battle. As soon as the battle ended, the first thing she thought about wasn't the result of the battle, but her future path. How should he put it? Even Noah began to admire the princess of Dragon Dukedom of Duraguna. Noah smiled and said when he saw the satisfied look on the other party's face. If there's a chance in the future, you're welcome to challenge me. Of course. Leola gazed at Noah. Even though she couldn't stand up and suffered a crushing defeat, her eyes were still filled with scorching battle intent. From now on, you're my target. Looking at the scorching battle intent in Leola's eyes that didn't diminish at all and was even denser than before, Noah shrugged and welcomed her in a dignified manner. Shing! The silver holy sword emitted a dazzling radiance and gradually shrunk into the shape of a silver dagger. Thank you for your hard work, Aster. Noah muttered softly. Then, he sheathed the silver dagger and looked at Leola. All right, I have to take your magic stones. Those are the spoils of war that you deserve, Leola said matter-of-factly. You can take them as you wish. However, Leola's voice became weaker and weaker as if she had recalled something important. Her pale face gradually became rosy. Noah felt strange. What's wrong with you? Leola didn't answer. She maintained her blushing face and glared at Noah fiercely before closing her eyes. Hurry up and take them. Looking at Leola's blushing face and shameful words, Noah felt baffled. However, Noah still squatted down and searched Leola's body. However, after searching through every pocket of Leola's clothes, Noah couldn't find the magic stones. This time, Noah was stunned. Why isn't it? Could it be that she didn't bring it with her? No. If she didn't bring it with her, she would have been teleported back to the Grand Altar. Could it be that they were like the elven messengers of the Holy Roha Kingdom, who had set up a magic spell on their bodies that would transfer magic stones to their teammates if they were defeated? But Leola wasn't that kind of person. What are you doing? Leola's face was still red as she spoke with her eyes closed. Hurry up and take them. The problem is that I can't find them, Noah said in bewilderment. I've already searched through your pockets. I didn't put them in my pockets. Leola's voice became as soft as a mosquito's and her face became redder. I put them on my body, put them on your body. Noah was stunned at first. Then, he thought of a possibility and the corner of his mouth twitched. His gaze shifted stiffly to Leola's ample bosom. Leola, don't tell me you hid the magic stones there. Is that why you're blushing so shyly? This. Noah was speechless and helpless. How am I supposed to take them? Are you going to take them or not? Leola opened her eyes and glared at Noah with a blushing face. If you're a man, you should be more straightforward. Upon hearing that, Noah was amused. Be more straightforward, right? No problem. Since the girl didn't think there was a problem, what was there to be afraid of as a man? With that in mind, Noah reached out his hand. On the other side, the battle between Lotus and Luminalis had also come to an end. Just like Noah, Lotus only endured Luminalis attacks and went into a defensive stance, completely deflecting Luminalis attacks. Unlike Leola, Luminalise didn't just attack ferociously. Sometimes, she would widen the distance and cast elven magic on Lotus. However, in the face of Luminalis' elven magic, Lotus also released her own magic sword technique. Death announcing dark lightning. A pitch-black bolt of lightning erupted from the pitch-black magic sword. It flashed through the air and headed straight for Luminaris. Luminalise didn't even have time to react before she was struck by the pitch-black lightning. Beep beep beep. The violent pitch-black electric current surged on Luminalis' body and continuously caused damage to her. "Aw!" Luminalise couldn't help but let out a sorrowful cry. When the pitch-black electric current dissipated from Luminalis' body, she fell to the ground with smoke rising from her body. The winner was revealed just like that. Damn it. Luminalise struggled a few times but couldn't stand up from the ground. She couldn't help but have a regretful expression on her face. "Undoubtedly, I have an absolute advantage in terms of attributes, but I actually lost so miserably. 3 years ago, even though Lotus had won against Luminalise due to the fact that their attributes were against each other, it was still a tough battle." 3 years later, Luminalise was no longer able to give Lotus a hard fight. She was defeated by Lotus in one hit. The gap between them wasn't small. However, that was natural. 3 years ago, Lotus only learned the ultimate sword skill under Grey and Vartha's guidance for a year. As a result, she dominated the Elven Sword Dance Festival and obtained the title of the strongest sword dancer. Now, after 3 years, under continuous training, Lotus's sword dance technique had already reached a level that shocked even Noah. It was far from what it was 3 years ago. Therefore, even without using the power of the Dark Elf King, Lotus could still defeat Luminalise in one strike. Moreover, it was under the condition that their attributes countered each other. Even without the power of the Dark Elf King, Lotus' strength was already much stronger than the rest of the elves. It was estimated that even if Grey and Varth recovered the strength that they had when they were the strongest elves in the continent, they wouldn't be able to defeat Lotus, who didn't use the power of the Dark Elf King. Naturally, Luminalise wouldn't be able to defeat Lotus either. "You're already very strong," Lotus said to Luminalise. "However, I'm stronger than you." After saying that, Lotus squatted down and snatched the magic stone away from Luminalise, who was extremely unwilling to accept the outcome. Buzz! After a while, a teleportation magic array flashed under Luminalise and disappeared on the spot with her. Buzz! Almost at the same time, not far away, another magic array flashed into existence, letting out a clear and audible trembling sound. Lotus looked over and saw Leola being teleported back to the Grand Shrine by the magic array with a flushed face and disappeared into the air. As for Noah, he was holding a magic stone in his hand with an awkward expression, as if the magic stone was hot. Under such circumstances, even the atmosphere in the air had become a little strange, causing Lotus to frown and approach. "What's wrong?" "No. Nothing." Noah coughed dryly as if he had done something shameful. He pretended to be calm and put away the slightly warm magic stone in his hand. "Is it over on your side?" "It's over." Lotus looked at Noah suspiciously and then gave the 3 magic stones to Noah. "With this, you have 11 magic stones. Winning the championship is no longer a problem." Noah took the 3 magic stones from Lotus's hand and turned to look at her. "What are you going to do next?" "I'll stay in the sanctuary for the time being." Lotus looked straight at Noah. "I look forward to the best news you can bring." After saying that, a teleportation magic array suddenly flashed under Lotus and turned into a burst of light particles and disappeared on the spot. Noah quietly watched Lotus leave. After a while, he raised his head and looked at the sky. Next is the real show. Just like that, the end of the competition slowly arrived. Chapter 1833. Clank. A pure white flash appeared abruptly in the space, illuminating the entire space. In the flash of light, several figures slowly appeared. Together with the magic array, they were directly teleported into this room. Noah felt that his vision suddenly turned pure white, and then he appeared in this room. Taking a closer look, he found that this was a rather grand and luxurious room. How is it? Are we back? Seems like we're back. We should be back, right? While Noah was observing his surroundings, the voices of several young girls suddenly rang out beside him. Noah turned his head and looked to the side. He immediately saw his companions. The group of girls also noticed Noah's presence. Their eyes lit up, and they quickly approached him. What? What's the situation now? Claire asked nervously. We should have returned to the floating island in the holy region, right? That's right, we're back. Fianna looked around and seemed to confirm something. She nodded. I came here when I was still Witch G of the Divine Rites Court. This is the audience hall in the deepest part of the Great Sacrificial Hall. Usually, if someone wants to see the elf concubine and is allowed to do so, the elf concubine will summon them here. The audience hall of the elf concubine? Alice asked in surprise and doubt. Why were we teleported here? Yeah. Lindsley seemed to be surprised as well. Also, it seems like only our team was teleported here. Why is that? The reason? Isn't it easy to guess? Noah curled his lips and smiled. Only we were teleported here after the elven sword dance ritual ended. The other teams weren't teleported here. There should be only one reason, right? Hearing this, Claire, Lindsley, Fianna, and Alice became excited. That's right. Since only Noah's team was teleported to the audience hall of the elf concubine, there could only be one reason. Right at this moment, a voice sounded. Just as everyone thought, the only people who will be teleported here are the winners of the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Congratulations on your victory. Following this voice, a young girl slowly walked out from behind the curtain at the very front of the audience hall. It was a girl with waist-length black hair neatly combed into a braid. The young girl was wearing a bright red ceremonial dress. She seemed to be only 14 or 15 years old, but there was an indescribable majesty and nobility about her. It was enough to make ordinary people hold their breaths when facing this young girl. Although Noah's group did not hold their breaths, they were still shocked by the girl's appearance. That was because Noah and the others had seen them before. When the Elven Sword Dance Festival officially began and the rules and venue of the competition were announced, Noah and the others had seen this young girl among the 5 elven concubines who announced the oracle of the Elven King. That was right. This girl was Fairy Concubine. Moreover, she had inherited the position of Lubia Elstian, the elf concubine of Calamity. She was the Fire Elf concubine who served the Fire Elf King. Lexia Alminas. That was the young girl's name. Lexia. Fianna happily stepped forward. Senior Fianna. The Fire Elf concubine also happily stepped forward. The two girls hugged each other just like that, their charming faces full of happiness. This made Claire, Lindley, and Alice jump in fright again. Fianna. Claire nervously said in surprise. You know the Fire Elf concubine? Of course I know her. Fianna was still hugging Lexia, she even rubbed her cheeks. When I was still in the divine ceremonial courtyard, Lexia had not become the Fire Elf concubine yet. Back then, Lexia was my cute junior. Senior Fianna. Lexia seemed to be tickled by Fianna's rubbing and said embarrassedly. I'm not the child of that time anymore. Ah. Fianna suddenly laughed mischievously. In other words, Lexia has grown up? Then let me check. Don't do that. Lexia shyly struggled. At least don't do it here. Claire, Lindley, Alice, and the other girls broke out in cold sweat when they saw Viviana rubbing Lexia's body all over with a smirk on her face. Hurry up and stop. Alice hurriedly stepped forward and stopped Fianna. Even if she was once a good friend, she is now the Fire Elf concubine. You are being disrespectful. That's right. Lindley couldn't help but say. Please stop, it's not good for your heart. Although Fianna was the princess of a kingdom, she paled in comparison to the fire elf concubine. After all, the fire elf king was the ruler of the world, and the fire elf concubine was an existence that directly served the fire elf king. Not to mention the princess of a kingdom, even the emperors and kings of large kingdoms had to speak politely in front of the fire elf concubine. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would be punished. Even the king of a kingdom would be punished, let alone the princess of a kingdom. Therefore, the girls were not joking. It was really not good for the heart. Instead, it was Lexia herself who smiled at everyone. Please don't mind. Although she is the fire elf concubine, Senior Fianna is my friend. Since you are all Senior Fianna's friends, you are my friends. Please don't be so polite. After saying this, Lexia looked at Noah again, and the smile on her face began to stiffen. You are Sir Noah, right? I've heard so much about you. Noah was suddenly speechless. She just said not to be so polite, and now she was speaking to him in such a polite tone. What was going on? I'm sorry, I was rude. Lexia seemed to have realized that her words were inappropriate, and she repeatedly bowed to Noah. This is the first time I've spoken so closely with a man, so I feel a bit nervous. It's okay. Noah smiled bitterly. I can understand. Hee. Fianna snickered. Lexia is still as cute as before. Senior Fianna. Lexia raised her small fists and bashfully pounded Fianna's back, making Fianna laugh non-stop. From this scene, it could be seen that Fianna and Lexia's relationship was very good. After fooling around for a while, Lexia sorted out her mood and smiled calmly at Noah and the others, befitting her noble status as the fire elf concubine. All in all, congratulations on winning the Elven Sword Dance Festival. The news of your victory has probably become a hot topic, and it should be known by everyone in the continent in a few days, right? Hearing Lexia's words, everyone instantly looked at each other. We really won. Claire seemed to be in disbelief. Won the Elven Sword Dance Festival? Linley, Fianna, and Alice all looked uneasy as if they were afraid that someone would tell them that this was a joke. They looked very timid. Lexia only responded with a gentle smile. If you don't believe me, you can confirm how many magic stones you have received. Hearing this, everyone came to their senses. After we separated from Noah, we met 2 elven ambassadors from the Dragon Duchy of Duragonia and 3 from the Holy Caribou Kingdom. Alice took out the magic stones she had received. Because the 4 of us acted together, and each time we met an enemy, there were only 1 or 2 of us, so we easily won. We received 5 magic stones. Fianna collected the magic stones of the girls. Together with the magic stones from the 4 of us, we have a total of 9 magic stones. What about you? Linley looked at Noah. Did you get anything? Noah didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the girls in astonishment, and then, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't expect you to take care of the rest of the elven ambassadors. This way, our victory is indeed unshakable. Noah took out the remaining 11 magic stones, and under the shocked expressions of the girls, he suddenly smiled. After all, we defeated all the elven ambassadors of the other teams without any injuries. Chapter 1834. After separating from Noah, the 4 girls, Claire, Linsley, Fianna, and Alice, defeated the 2 elven users of the Dragon Emperor Knights and the 3 elven users of the Saint Knights. On the last day of the competition, Noah and Lotus dealt with the 2 elves of the Dragon Emperor Knights and the elves of the Saint Spirit Knights. In addition, the leader of the Dragon Emperor Knights, Leola, was defeated by Noah, and the leader of the Saint Knights, Luminalise, was defeated by Lotus. The teams from the Dragon Duchy of Duragonia and the Holy Korea Kingdom were all eliminated. In addition to the Dragon Emperor Knights of the Dragon Duchy of Duragonia and the Saint Knights of the Holy Korea Kingdom, there was also the Purgatory Apostles of the Alphys Empire. However, in the Purgatory Apostles, Lotus, Lubia, Moya, Lily, and Sarah's magic stones all fell into Noah's hands directly or indirectly. They were all eliminated. In other words, Noah, Claire, Lindsley, Fianna, and Alice pocketed all the magic stones of the elven users of the other 3 teams in the finals. A total of 20 magic stones all fell into the hands of Noah's group almost miraculously. Moreover, it was under the condition that no one was injured. This fact made Claire, Fianna, Lindley, and Alice look at each other in dismay, their faces full of disbelief. It can't be. Claire exclaimed in shock. Did we really defeat all our opponents without any casualties? Without a doubt, everyone in the continent has seen the whole process of the battle through the images sent back by the elves. You defeating all the elven users of the other 3 teams without any injuries has become a legend. Laisha turned her gaze and looked at Noah. Especially the battle between Lord Noah and Lord Liena Subble, as well as the battle between Lord Red Lotus of the Purgatory Apostle. Although the battlefield was covered in flames at that time, and the enslaved spirits couldn't get too close, the images transmitted back were a little blurry, but everyone saw the intensity of the sword dance between the 3 lords. It was really very exciting. Laisha's words caused the girls to be shocked once again. You met Liena Subble? Lindley asked in an extremely uncertain voice. And you also obtained Liliana Shubble's magic stone? Did you defeat the strongest sword dancer? I did defeat Lotus. Noah didn't hide and directly admitted. However, I didn't take the magic stone directly from Lotus. She gave it to me later. After Lord Noah defeated Lord Lotus, he didn't take the magic stone from Lord Lotus. Laisha seemed to be a little confused. On the day after the victor was decided, Lady Liena Subble suddenly assisted Lord Noah in collecting magic stones. In the end, she even gave the magic stones directly to Lord Noah. Everyone was puzzled. We just came to an agreement. Noah shrugged. Is this against the rules? No, the rules didn't say that elven envoys of different teams couldn't team up. Furthermore, Master Noah had already fought Master Liena Subble before that, and defeated the strongest sword dancer, so no one was dissatisfied, said Lexia. On the other hand, the fact that Lord Noah and Lord Liena Subble use the same sword dance technique has been made known to the world. Coupled with the fact that they worked together during the competition, everyone has begun to speculate about the relationship between the 2 of them. Noah was speechless. Sure enough, no matter which world one was in, gossip was always something that people would talk about enthusiastically. The sword dance that Lord Noah and Lord Lotus used was called the ultimate sword dance, right? Laisha smiled. Because the sword dance of the 2 of you is simply too wonderful and stunning, Lord Noah is now like Lord Liena Subble, admired by many elven envoys. Both of you are known as the elven envoys with the highest attainments in sword dance, and are now known as the black and white sword envoys. Ultimate sword users of black and white? Noah was stunned. Something like that actually happened? I see. Fianna said as if she had suddenly understood. Black refers to Lotus who used the pitch-black dark magic sword, and white refers to Noah who used the silver holy steel sword. Plus, the 2 of them used the ultimate sword dance, so they are called the ultimate sword users of black and white? In other words, you are really as famous as the strongest sword dancer? Alice said as if she was happy and envious. That's the highest honor. To be as famous as the strongest sword dancer, how many people want that? Claire nodded as if she had experienced it herself. From today onwards, Noah will be famous throughout the continent. But, that's to be expected, right? Lindsley said without thinking. Lotus' sword dance was so beautiful, but Noah's sword dance was also very handsome. Yes, yes. Claire, Fianna, and Alice almost subconsciously nodded in agreement. Then, they reacted together with Lindsley, their faces turning red. Just a little bit handsome. Lindsley added in a fluster. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. That's right. Claire, Fianna, and Alice all nodded with reddened faces. Just a little bit. Seeing the group of girls become arrogant, Noah didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if you want to hide something, you should use a better method, right? That way, I can see that you don't mean what you say, right? Of course, Noah didn't think he was that handsome. It was purely because he performed the absolute sword technique well. As the highest level of sword dance skills, the absolute sword skill was top-notch in terms of both practicality and aesthetics. Lotus became the strongest sword dancer with it. Now, Noah also used the absolute sword technique and became as famous as the strongest sword dancer. The absolute sword envoy of black and white? Noah murmured. Maybe it's an ill-fated relationship. The black came from the Vorpal sword, which penetrates the truth. White came from the demon slayer. In the past, the fairy device belonged to the saintess and the demon king respectively. Now, in the hands of Noah and Lotus, it became synonymous. It was indeed an ill-fated relationship. Of course, the demon king Lotus and the saintess Lubia had always been together. That might also be an ill-fated relationship. No matter what, we won. Fianna smiled happily. There's nothing more worth being happy about. That's right. Alice nodded with a rare look of joy on her face. This way, everyone's wish can come true. Hearing Fianna and Alice's words, Claire and Linley's eyes turned red. Unlike Fianna and Alice, Claire and Linley participated in the Elven Sword Dance Festival because they had a wish that absolutely could come true. Claire wanted to know the truth about her sister's betrayal. Linley wanted to save her sister who was sealed in the ice spell. Now, their wish could finally come true. Both of them had the urge to cry. Seeing this scene, Noah's mood was very complicated. Noah could now help Claire fulfill her wish. But what kind of reaction would Claire have after knowing the truth? And Linley was even worse. The Elven King had already gone crazy. Therefore, whether or not Linley's wish could be realized was still a question. What's more, what Noah wanted to do next would eliminate their chance to make a wish. But even so, Noah still had to do it. When Noah's mood became extremely complicated, Laishia continued. In the evening, we'll hold a celebration for everyone. Nobles from all countries will be present. After the celebration, we'll be responsible for sending everyone to the Hall of True's sacrifice and making a wish in front of the Elven King. Please remember this process. After saying this, Laishia chatted with Fianna for a while before leaving Noah and the others alone. After Laishia left, before the girls were about to speak, Noah suddenly spoke. Everyone, I have something to tell you. Chapter 1835. The Elven King went mad? In the audience hall of the Great Sacrificial Hall, when Noah told the girls everything he knew, they were all dumbfounded. That Red Lotus is elder sister. Claire's delicate body began to tremble. An indescribably heavy atmosphere pervaded the entire audience hall. The expressions of the girls kept changing, their eyes filled with extreme shock and disbelief. It was as if their minds had been attacked, and they were stunned on the spot. I know it's hard for you to accept the truth immediately, and I know you won't easily believe such a ridiculous thing, but I have to tell you that it's all true. Noah sighed. It's not just me. Lotus also knows the truth, and even assassinated the Elven King 3 years ago. Her words are probably more convincing than mine. If you want to verify it with her, I can help you find her. Even that Lotus Asubble knows about this? Lindsley was truly shocked. Moreover, Lotus Asubble assassinated the Elven King 3 years ago. This isn't a joke, right? Alice's eyes were full of shock. The Elven King went mad, the Elven Mistress of Calamity appeared in this year's Elven Sword Dance Festival, and even the strongest sword dancer assassinated the Elven King. Is this all true? I can't imagine it. Fianna seemed to tremble, and her pretty face turned slightly pale. If it's really like this, then what about the witches of the Divine Ceremonial Court, who swore to serve the Elven King with everything we have? Obviously, the truth behind the Elf King's madness was a shock to everyone's mind. That was to be expected. If you told those believers that not only was God not merciful, but he was even mad and would destroy the world sooner or later, they might not believe you, and you might even be beaten up. To the people of this world, the Elven King, who governed the elements and dominated the world, was a godlike existence. Everyone was a believer of God. As such, how could Claire, Linley, Fayanna, and Alice be willing to believe in such a ridiculous thing? They had been educated to believe in everything about the Elf King, so how could Claire, Linley, Fayanna, and Alice be willing to believe in such a ridiculous thing? However, the girls also trusted Noah. They knew that Noah wouldn't joke about such a thing. Or rather, who would joke about such a thing? Not to mention, Noah also said that Lotus also knew about this matter and had even tried to assassinate the Elf King. The reason why the calamitous elf concubine betrayed the Elf King was because the Elf King had gone mad. How could they not be shocked? Then, where is sister now? Claire stretched out her trembling little hand, and tightly grabbed Noah's clothes. Her expression was no longer as stubborn as before. Instead, she looked like an abandoned little animal, and her eyes were full of fear. Is Big Sister still on this Saint Floating Island? I don't know. Noah shook his head. However, Lubia said that before we meet the Elven King and make a wish for the sword dance of the elves to end, she will wait and see. So, even if she is not on the floating island in the Holy Realm, she should be hiding nearby and observing, right? Sister, is nearby. Claire bit her lips, and her pair of red eyes trembled violently. Noah could guess what Claire was thinking. This girl had always wanted to know the truth, just to prove that her sister wasn't an unforgivable sinner in everyone's eyes. Now that she knew that Lubia was nearby, Claire would definitely want to rush in front of her sister, right? Not only to know the truth, but also to see her sister. However, Claire didn't lose her mind. Although she had lost her cool, at least Claire knew that it was impossible to see her sister no matter how much she wanted to. Because, not to mention Claire, even Noah didn't know where Lubia was hiding. There was only one thing that could be confirmed. That was, Lubia must be by Noah's side, quietly waiting for Noah to take action. I chose to tell you everything, not to make you waver, but because I feel that this matter can't be hidden from you. Noah looked around at the girls. After all, after tonight's celebration, we will be able to go to the Hall of Truth to meet the Elven King as the winners of the Elven Sword Dance. At that time, I will make a move on the Elven King. I only told you the truth in order to not cause any chaos and unnecessary trouble. I hope you can understand. Make a move on the Elven King. Claire, Linley, Fayanna, and Alice couldn't help but swallow their saliva. You want to assassinate the Elven King like Leanna Subble 3 years ago? Fayanna couldn't help but ask. Can you do that kind of thing? Yes. Yes. Alice couldn't help but say. We are only students. No matter how outstanding we are still humans. How can we fight against the rulers of this world? You don't want to reconsider? Linley lost her calm and said shakily. That's too dangerous. It's not just dangerous. Claire's expression became extremely complicated. If we don't do it right, we might be seen as a sinner who betrayed the Elven King like sister. Even if the Elven King is angered once again, would that still be fine? Claire's words silenced the rest of the girls. Although they still found it hard to believe that the Elven King had gone crazy, even if it was true, Noah's actions only meant one thing. He would become the enemy of the world. This was the consequence of making a move on the Elven King. Noah only smiled faintly at this. 3 years ago, Leanne assassinated the Water Elven King and freed him. If the Elven King wanted to vent his anger, he could have done so 3 years ago, but he didn't. This time should be the same, right? At this point, Noah's eyes narrowed slightly. Moreover, I won't be like Leanne and only release one Elven King. If I can release all the Elven Kings, without the Elven King going crazy, the human world won't be threatened. Hearing this, the group of young girls looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Regardless of whether it was Claire, Linley, Fayanna, or Alice, although they all had prominent family backgrounds, in the end, they were only ordinary girls. Not to mention coming into contact with the darkness of this world, these girls usually didn't even come into contact with the opposite sex in order to maintain their purity. Now that they suddenly came into contact with such a heavy matter and the truth, how could they remain calm? However, there was one thing that the group of girls finally understood. The girls' wishes probably couldn't be realized. Phaeana and Alice, who didn't have any wishes, didn't think much of it. Claire's wish was to know the truth about her sister's betrayal, and this wish had now been realized. Only Lin Si sat weakly on the ground, her eyes red. Doesn't that mean there's no way to save Eudia? Linley's sobbing words made Claire, Phaeana, and Alice feel sad. Noah was the only one who said it directly. That's not the case. After saying this, Noah took out his gift card and took out a piece of elven Oregon. Do you still remember the elves we met in the underground maze of the abandoned city? Noah raised the elven ore in front of Linley. That elven girl who lost her memories and power was actually the water elven king that Leanne released from the Hall of True's sacrifice 3 years ago. Isalia Shiva. Water. Water Sprite King. Lin Silei was shocked. Isalia Shiva. Claire, Phaeana, and Alice all sucked in a breath of cold air. If we can help the Water Elven King regain her power and memories, not only will it be helpful to me, it should also be helpful to your sister who was sealed in the ice spell by the Water Elven King. Noah looked at Phaeana. However, the Water Elven King's memories and power have been sealed. Phaeana, I want to ask you to help Isalia Shiva with the unsealing ceremony and undo the seal on her body. Me? Phaeana opened her mouth wide. Chapter 1836. As the winners of the Elven Sword Dance Festival, Noah, Claire, Linsley, Phaeana, and Alice were all accommodated in the High Worship Hall, waiting for the celebration at night. After Laishia excused herself, she had the witches of the Divine Ceremonial Courtyard prepare rooms for Noah and the others. Thus, Noah and the others directly moved to the room assigned to Noah. However, at this moment, in the middle of this rather spacious room, there was a very complicated and mysterious magic array. Around the magic array, there were small altars. On each of the altars, there was a burning candle flame. And in the middle of the magic array, a young elven girl with water-like sky-blue waist-length hair was lying on the ground with a tranquil expression. Seeing the young elven girl lying on the ground, Claire, Linsley, Phaeana, and Alice looked at each other in dismay. Hey, Noah. Phaeana couldn't help but ask. Is this child really the Water Elf Queen? How would I know? Noah said irresponsibly. Anyway, that's what Lotus said when she saw this child. The Elf Queen of Calamity also tried to kill her at the beginning. It wasn't easy for me to protect her. If you tell me that this child isn't the Water Elf Queen, then even I will complain, right? Although that was what she said, Noah was basically certain that this young elven girl was the Water Elf Queen. Not only because he had seen the Water Elf Queen in the Hall of Truth and Lotus had promised to release her, but also because this young elven girl had mentioned the otherworld darkness more than once when her memory was stimulated in the abandoned city. That terrified look was still fresh in Noah's mind. If this young elven girl wasn't the Water Elf Queen, even Noah wouldn't believe it. I know you don't believe it. Noah spread out his hands. In short, first use the unsealing ceremony to undo the seal on this child. When she recovers her memory, then the truth will be revealed. Or, is there a problem with the unsealing ceremony? There's no problem with the unsealing ceremony, but if you want to use the unsealing ceremony to undo the seal, you must know the real name of the unsealing target. Phaeana said. If the name is fake, then no matter what, you can't undo the seal. Obviously, Phaeana still didn't dare to believe it. In this regard, Noah didn't explain further and directly said. You can begin now. Okay. Phaeana nodded helplessly. Then let's begin. After saying that, Phaeana's expression became serious. That expression faintly revealed a noble temperament. However, that was the expression that a former fairy concubine candidate should have. Then, under everyone's gaze, Viviana slowly stepped forward and came to the back of the elf girl lying on the ground, facing Noah and the others. Then, Viviana closed her eyes and slowly opened her hand toward the elf girl lying in front of her. Thou, Isalia Shiva, is hereby liberated. The moment that clear voice sounded, Friana's entire body fluctuated with dense divine power. Boom! The candlelight on the surrounding altars suddenly swelled like an explosion, igniting the altars one by one and slowly burning them. Clank! The magic array drawn on the ground began to bloom with dazzling light. The light was like a torrent, converging on the body of the elf queen lying in the center of the magic array. Hum! At this moment, the space around the elven girl suddenly trembled, causing her body to flash with a dazzling light. Ugh! The elf queen's tranquil expression suddenly distorted, revealing a painful expression. Seeing this scene, Claire, Linley, and Alice's group all trembled. It's moving. Alice cried out in panic. She moved. Stupid, idiot. Linley seemed to be startled by Alice's shout. Don't scare me. That's not a doll. Of course she can move. Claire complained. Alice. Don't make a fuss over nothing, okay? Saying this, Claire, Linley, and Alice all became visibly agitated due to their nervousness. After all, the one lying in front of them wasn't an ordinary elf, not even an ordinary humanoid elf, but a god who ruled the entire world, the Elf King. If a god appeared in front of them, no one would be able to remain calm, right? At this moment, the group of girls fell into extreme nervousness due to their emotions. Only Noah, who was staring at the elven girl's pained expression, didn't miss the elven girl's soft, mosquito-like murmurs. Darkness. Darkness. The elf queen's delicate body trembled as she murmured in a dreamlike voice. Darkness is devouring me. Hearing these murmurs clearly, Noah's eyes rippled slightly. The excited Claire, Linley, and Alice seemed to have finally heard the elven girl's murmur. They all held their breaths. Darkness? Claire murmured. Could it be the otherworldly darkness that Noah mentioned that would drive the Elf King crazy? This means. Alice began to feel uneasy. Is this child really the Elf King? The Elf King. Linley looked at the child she had met by chance in the underground maze with a complicated expression. I didn't expect this child to be the Elf King. Fianna also seemed to be shaken, but she displayed the qualities of an excellent witch of the divine ceremonial court. After a while, she regained her composure and continued to pray and bless with her eyes closed. Under such circumstances, the light of the magic array drawn on the ground became more and more intense, and the surrounding altars burned even more fiercely. On the contrary, the Elf Queen's pained expression began to disappear little by little, and her expression returned to its original tranquility. However, everyone present had a feeling. Undoubtedly, it was exactly the same expression as before. But as the unsealing ceremony progressed, that tranquil expression made the Elf Queen emit an indescribable temperament. That temperament was ancient and tranquil, with an extraordinary feeling. Looking at that tranquil and tender face, everyone had a thought in their minds. The person in front of them was an incomparably honorable and noble existence. Clang, the rich light began to dissipate little by little. Phew, the surrounding altars had been burned to ashes, leaving only a pile of dust. Fianna slowly opened her eyes, looked at the peacefully sleeping Elf Queen, and murmured softly. Yu Shen, please wake up. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw it clearly. The eyes of the Elf Queen lying on the ground trembled a few times, and then she gently opened them. Like an ordinary girl, the Elf Queen looked around with a somewhat dazed expression. Seeing this, Claire, Linley, Fianna, and Alice all looked as if they didn't know what to do, and focused their gazes on Noah. Noah shrugged, stepped forward, squatted down in front of the Elf Queen, and said so. How do you feel? You. The Elf Queen stared blankly at Noah, and then seemed to have recovered, and murmured. So that's how it is, did I accept the unsealing ceremony? Miss Elf? Linley, who was hiding behind Noah, hesitated for a moment before asking tentatively. Do you still remember me? I remember you. The Elf Queen nodded. We met in the underground maze of the abandoned city. Is that so? Linley let out a sigh of relief. That's really great. But our goal is to let you recover all your memories. Noah stared at the Elf Queen, and asked. So, have you recovered your memories? Don't worry. The Elf Queen slightly closed her eyes, and said faintly. It's already recovered. After saying this, the Elf Queen gradually got up, and faced Noah's group. Her voice was like a clear drop of water falling into a jade plate, pleasing to the ear, and lightly reverberating in all directions. I am the Elf Queen of Water Isalia Shiva. Chapter 1837. In the room, an indescribable silence pervaded the air. Claire, Linley, Frianna, and Alice were sitting around a table, but no one spoke. Their expressions showed that they wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. They looked like they were in a dilemma. Noah was sitting opposite the group of girls. Beside Noah was the Elf Queen, whose real name was Isalia Shiva. Her real body was the water elemental that governed this world. She was also sitting upright. Her gaze swept across the group of girls. Brave witches, thank you for helping me. Unfortunately, I can't give you my blessings right now. I can only ask for your understanding. Hearing Isalia's words, the group of girls waved their hands and shook their heads in fear. We didn't do anything. Claire said awkwardly. It was Noah and Linsley who helped Madame Isalia escape. It was Fianna who helped Madame unseal. Alice and I didn't help at all. Yes. Yes. Alice lowered her head in embarrassment. Therefore, we don't have the qualifications to receive the Elf Queen's thanks and blessings. Please don't say that. I also didn't help at all. Linsley said dejectedly. It was Noah who helped Miss Elf. Madame Isalia come out of the underground maze. I only watched from the side. What I did was also insignificant. Fianna hurriedly said. I was only in charge of the unsealing ceremony. There are many people in the mystic ritual courtyard who can perform the ceremony. I just happened to help a little. Clearly, in front of Isalia, the group of girls still felt quite nervous. It couldn't be helped. Who told the person sitting there to be the Water Elf Queen? The Elf Queen usually stayed in the Hall of Sacrifice, silently managing the entire world. Even if there was something, she would give orders through the elf concubines who served her directly. Humans simply couldn't meet the Elf Queen directly. The only people who could meet the Elf Queen directly were the elf envoys who won the elf sword dance ceremony. Sitting at the same table and chatting with the Elf King like this was something that had never happened before. Thus, how could the girls not feel nervous and terrified? Of course, the girls would no longer doubt Isalia's identity. After all, the unsealing ceremony was a ritual magic that required the elf's true name to undo the seal. Since the ritual worked on Isalia, then the name Isalia Shiva was undoubtedly the real name of the elf girl in front of him. Throughout both the human world and the elemental elf world, there was only one being with this name. That was the Water Spirit King. He was the one who controlled the water element and stood at the top of the world. While the young ladies were panicking, Isalia said. Don't worry, I'm not going to give you a chance. You don't have to be so cautious. Although I'm the Elven King, I'm just a clone right now. I'm not the main body that governs this world. Doppelganger? Claire, Linley, Fianna, Alice, and the other girls were slightly stunned. A doppelganger? Noah turned to look at Isalia. What's going on? To be more specific, the state of my existence is still incomplete, Isalia said. Although my memories have been restored, I still feel a little scattered. Almost all of my power is left in the main body. The power that this body can use is too weak. Is that so? The four girls, Claire, Linley, Fianna, and Alice, seemed to be a little confused. However, Noah understood what was going on. Lotus once said that 3 years ago, in the Hall of Sacrifice, she only destroyed the crazed personality of the Water Spirit King and released the original personality of the Water Spirit King. In other words, Lotus's target had always been the Elf King's personality. The Water Spirit King's personality that was released by Lotus formed this doppelganger. It was separated from its power and in a state of amnesia, it reincarnated in the underground maze of the abandoned city. Therefore, the Iselia in front of him was only a doppelganger. She only recovered her memories and her power was left in the main body. The portion that could be used was relatively small. However, even so, Noah's sensing ability could still detect a deep divine power from Iselia's body. That divine power energy was probably not weaker than that of an ordinary highest elf. After all, she was the Elf King. Even if the remaining power was pitifully little, she was still much stronger than the average elf. As for her memories, Iselia also said that although she had recovered them, there were still scattered parts. Immediately, Noah asked, "Then do you still remember what happened before you reincarnated in the underground maze?" "I don't remember very clearly." Iselia frowned slightly and said in a very uncertain tone, "I only vaguely remember that 3 years ago, in the Hall of Sacrifice, someone rescued me from being imprisoned in the darkness and let me be free." This sentence made the group of girls hold their breaths. "Lady Iselia," Linley said with a trembling voice, "did the Elf Kings really go crazy? Although it's not something to be proud of, unfortunately, it's the truth." Iselia was silent for a moment and then sighed. "It's not just me. The rest of the Elf Kings have been swallowed by the darkness and have completely fallen into a state of madness. At present, it seems that they have stopped their activities because of my liberation. Otherwise, not to mention the elemental elf world, even the human world would be affected by the crazy Elf Kings. Disasters would constantly emerge and human residences would be destroyed one by one." "How? How could it be?" Alice was extremely incredulous. Even the Elf Kings can't do anything about the darkness?" Fiona felt a little cold. "Is it because of this that Sister betrayed the Elf Kings?" Claire bit her lips tighter and tighter. For a moment, the atmosphere in the air became heavy. No one thought that Iselia was an alarmist. The Elf Kings brought great disasters to the human world. It had happened more than a few times in history. Storms, earthquakes, floods, volcanic eruptions. These great natural disasters, in this world, were almost all caused by something that offended the Elf Kings and caused the Elf Kings to be angry. Therefore, if the Elf Kings really went crazy and brought the disasters mentioned above to the human world one after another, the consequences, just thinking about it, made the girls shudder. If it's only a disaster level, then it's still okay. Iselia closed her eyes. If we Elf Kings continue to be eroded by the darkness of the other world, we will eventually destroy the world with our own hands, whether it's the elemental elf world or the human world. The cruel reality made the faces of the group of girls turn slightly pale. If that were to happen, not to mention the elves, even the humans would be heading towards the end of the world, right? Facing the disaster of the entire world, the 4 human elves were really too insignificant. So small that Claire, Linley, Fiona, and Alice couldn't even breathe. At this time, only one voice was still indifferent. "Don't talk about the destruction of the world. The world is stronger than you think. Even if it's the Elf Kings, how could it be so easy to destroy the world?" That one sentence made all the girls present, including Iselia, stunned. Without giving the girls a chance to react, Noah turned his eyes and looked at Iselia. "After tonight's celebration, we will go to the Hall of True Sacrifice to make a wish. At that time, I will liberate the rest of the Elf Kings." The girls trembled. Even Iselia couldn't help but look at Noah and say so. "Can you do it?" "Don't worry." Noah curled his lips and smiled. As long as the opponent isn't a human, or doesn't have a deep relationship with humans, then no matter how powerful the Elf Kings are, there won't be any problems. No matter who heard Noah's words, they would think that he was arrogant. If the elf kings were so easy to deal with, then why would they govern the elements and support the existence of the world? However, it had to be said that Noah's words made everyone's hearts surge with courage. Isalia looked at Noah and nodded after a while. At that time, I will also go with you. Noah nodded. Chapter 1838. As a result, time began to pass slowly, and gradually, dusk arrived. Not long after, the celebration for the winners of the Elven Sword Dance Festival would begin. At that time, the various nobles from various countries in the human realm would gather at the banquet to bless the winners. That was the custom after every Elven Sword Dance Festival. Of course, although it was said to be a blessing, it was actually just a verbal blessing without any actual effect. However, at that time, the 5 elven concubines who directly served the 5 elven kings would also be present to provide the elven king and the winners of the Elven Sword Dance Festival with sacred music, praying for the elven king to continue protecting the humans and to bless the winners of the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Of course, the people who were busy with these matters didn't know. No matter how much they prayed for the elven king's protection, if this continued, the world would sooner or later be destroyed by the elven king's hands. As the saying goes, sometimes, ignorance was a blessing. At least, the people didn't have to worry about the unwarranted end of the world. They could still happily prepare for the banquet and enjoy the last moment of the Elven Sword Dance Festival. As one of the winners, Noah only needed to wait for the banquet to begin before making his grand entrance. That would be enough. Unfortunately, Noah didn't have the slightest interest in this so-called celebration. What Noah really wanted to do could only be done after the celebration ended. Staying in his room, Noah changed into his formal attire while holding the silver dagger and platinum dagger that were placed on the bedside table. Although it's troublesome, I still have to show my face at the banquet. Unfortunately, I can't bring weapons to the banquet. Noah spoke to the 2 daggers in his hands. Aster, Athena, I'll temporarily keep you in the gift card. As soon as he finished speaking, Aster and Athena's voices sounded in Noah's mind at the same time. I hope Master can quickly take me out. I don't like the space in the card. Aster, I don't mind. With your current strength, it will only be a loss without me. Sooner or later, you will need me. Athena, Noah didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the 2 completely different answers. Immediately after, Noah materialized the gift card. After keeping the Demon Slayer and Heavenly Sword into the gift card, he cancelled the materialization of the gift card. In the absence of the Gate of Babylon, the convenience of the gift card will be revealed. The function of the gift card was almost the same as the Gate of Babylon, which was a treasure trove. The difference was that the gift card could not be used like the Gate of Babylon, which could open the entrance of the treasury at any time and place, and use the weapons in the treasury as throwing props. However, the gift card was not inferior in terms of its function as a treasury. After all, the space in the gift card was also unlimited. Although it could only store gifts and daily necessities, it was much more convenient for storing items than carrying them around. As for the gift card itself, it could be instantiated or cancelled at any time. The way to carry the gift card differed from person to person. Some people would choose to put the gift card in a safe place and summon it and send it back at any time. Some people would choose to vaporize the gift card and merge it into the space. Even if it was somewhere else, it could still be materialized at any time. Noah's way of carrying the gift card was to merge it into his body. After all, Noah often needed to travel between different worlds. If he used the 2 methods mentioned above, he would not be able to summon and materialize it through the world's barrier. Therefore, merging it into his body was undoubtedly a good method. After putting away the elven device and cancelling the gift card and merging it into his body, Noah looked at the sky. It was dusk. The celebration would be held at night. There was still plenty of time. There's still some time. I'll go check on that silly girl. After saying this, Noah walked out of the room and headed in another direction. Because they were all winners of the Elven Sword Dance Festival, the distance between Noah's room and the other girl's room was not too far. Although the area of the great sacrificial hall was quite large, Noah only took 30 seconds of slow walking to reach the door of his destination. Looking at the door in front of him, Noah reached out his hand. But before he could knock on the door, a voice came from inside the door. "Sister. Congratulations on winning." "Thank you, Milleryu." "Lin Silei, congratulations on winning." "Thank you, Mila." Sob sob sob, it's great that Milady won. Don't cry, Carol. It's embarrassing." Upon hearing the voice coming from the room, Noah couldn't help but laugh. He didn't knock on the door and just said, "Come in." "Lindsley, I'm coming in." Suddenly, the sound in the room disappeared. "Noah. Noah." Lindsley's voice changed. "Wait. Wait." However, before Lindsley could say anything, Noah had already opened the door and barged in. The next moment, Noah saw a scene that made Noah's eyes light up. He saw that in the middle of Lindsley's room, a real Milady was standing there. She wasn't wearing her usual Elven Academy uniform. Instead, she was wearing a navy blue evening gown. Her dazzling light blonde hair was tied up. She seemed to have put on some light makeup on her delicate face, making her lovable face even more gorgeous and moving. As for her pink lips, she seemed to have applied some lipstick, giving her lips a rose-like color, which made her look quite charming. Such a well-dressed Milady suddenly entered Noah's eyes, making Noah stunned. "Really? Really?" Lindsley called out shyly. "Didn't I tell you to wait?" "Why?" Noah walked in, praising as he walked. "Doesn't it look good?" "But, I was going to wait until the banquet started to show you." Lindsley puffed up her cheeks as if she was throwing a tantrum. "Then there won't be any surprises." "What are you talking about?" Noah praised. "I'm already surprised enough, really." Is that so?" Lindsley was a little embarrassed, turning her head away. "Hee hee." Carol snickered at the side. "Milady really wants Mr. Noah to see this outfit the most." "Carol." Lindsley's face was red as she hammered Carol's back. A petite girl next to Carol trotted over and threw herself into Noah's arms. "Brother Noah." Her small head buried directly into Noah's abdomen, almost knocking Noah over. "Milady," Lindsley said angrily. "You can't do this kind of unladylike behavior." However, Milady completely ignored her sister. She raised her head and smiled at Noah like a flower. "I watched all of Brother Noah's matches. It was really amazing. Brother's sword dance was really, really cool." "Really?" Noah smiled and patted Milady's head. "Did you like it?" "I did," Milady said bluntly. "And, Mira liked it too." Just as she finished speaking, the back of her collar was grabbed by Mira, who suddenly appeared behind her and lifted her up. "Congratulations on winning, Noah." Mira ignored the struggling Milady, and a rare smile appeared on her pretty face. "Your sword dance was really amazing. You even defeated the strongest sword dancer and received the same honor as Liena Subble. It's really amazing. The absolute sword envoy of Black and White, this title will soon be known throughout the continent." Carol said with a smile. "Mr. Noah will soon have a lot of fans. Like the strongest sword dancer, he will become the idol of all the elves on the continent. And, brother also helped sister win." Milady's smile became even brighter. "This way, Sister Yudia will be able to come out of the cursed ice." Lindsley's expression instantly froze. The atmosphere became uncomfortable. Chapter 1839. In fact, Noah was also helpless. It wasn't strange for Lindley to have such a reaction. It was because in the end, Lindley's younger sister who was sealed in the cursed ice was still unable to be rescued. Lindley's second sister had made some mistakes when she was sacrificing herself to the Water Fairy King. She had incurred the wrath of the Water Fairy King, which was why she had been sealed in cursed ice. Therefore, Noah originally thought that as long as the seal on Isalia's body was broken, as the instigator, Isalia, as the water sprite king, shouldn't mind helping Linley to break the cursed ice on Yusha's body. However, Noah's plan was wrong. There were two things that went wrong. Firstly, Isalia was currently only a clone, and most of her power remained on the side of the main body, so she couldn't break the curse on Yusha. Secondly, the cursed ice on Yusha's body wasn't simple. My memories are still somewhat scattered, but if that witch Ji was really sealed in the cursed ice because she made some mistakes during the sacrifice, then it couldn't have been done by me. I wouldn't be angry over a simple sacrifice, so that was probably what I did when I was in a state of madness. This was what Isalia told Noah to Linley after knowing about Linley's younger sister. In other words, the person who sealed Yusha in the cursed ice, even if it was Isalia, wasn't her original intention, but her rampage during a state of madness. If I still have my power now, then it shouldn't be difficult to break the curse. Unfortunately, I can't do it now. I can only wait until I return to my main body and see what happens. Noah still remembered how disappointed Linley's face was when Isalia said this. But that was to be expected. In order to break the curse on her younger sister, Linley didn't hesitate to participate in the Elven Sword Dance Festival with a strong determination. It wasn't easy for her to obtain victory and make a wish to save her younger sister, but in the end, she received such bad news. Fortunately, it wasn't that there was no way, but it couldn't be realized at the moment. As a result, Linley could only swallow this bitterness. However, Milleryu didn't know about this. This child must have been waiting for her eldest sister to rescue her second sister from the eternal ice seal, right? Under such circumstances, Linley simply couldn't explain it to her youngest sister. The fact that the Elf King had gone mad could not be publicized. But even if Lin Silei told Mireia that there was no way to save Yudia for the time being, Mireia would definitely be very disappointed even if she could understand. As an elder sister, Linley usually looked like she cared a lot about her face, but deep down, she was indeed a gentle and virtuous girl. Linley probably didn't want to see her younger sister's disappointed look, so she didn't know how to explain this matter. Noah looked at Mireia and rescued her from Myra's hands, placing her on the ground. Don't worry. Noah squatted down and reached out his hand to pat Malaja's head. Lin Silei will definitely save your second sister. Malayu nodded heavily, her little face brimming with happiness. On the other hand, Linley's expression became extremely complicated. Eldest miss? Carol noticed Linley's expression and asked curiously. What's wrong? Linley didn't seem to know how to answer Carol's question and fell silent for a moment. This made Carol worried instead. Even Milleryu blinked her eyes and moved forward in confusion. Sister. What's wrong? Before Milleryu could reach Linley, Mira stepped forward and held her hand. Linley should have something important to discuss with Noah. Let's go out first and not disturb them. Mira seemed to have noticed something. Although she was very young, only 13 years old, Mira was appointed as the leader of the Lipa division by the Russell Bell Duchy. Her mind was much better than the average person of her age. Sensing that Noah and Linley seemed to be hiding something, Mira very considerately covered for the two of them. Is that so? Milleryu didn't seem to suspect anything and nodded repeatedly. Then we'll go out first. Yes. Carol took Milleryu's other hand and winked mischievously at Noah. We'll go out first and not disturb Mr. Noah and eldest miss relationship. This trashy maid who even needs her master to take care of her meals and sleep misunderstood. Mira only glanced at Noah and nodded at Noah. Then, Mira, Carol, and Milleryu walked out of Linley's room while laughing and chatting. The entire room returned to silence. Noah and Linley could only watch the three girls leave. For a moment, they didn't say anything, causing the silent atmosphere to become somewhat uncomfortable. After a while, Linley spoke with a complicated expression. I don't know how to tell Milleryu about Yudia. I know. Noah nodded without any surprise. If it were me, seeing my sister so happy and looking forward to it, I wouldn't have the heart to disappoint her. What should I do? Linley's eyes began to fill with tears. Even Lady Iselia can't break the cursed ice, then what can we do to save Eudia? Iselia just hasn't recovered her strength yet. It's not impossible to save your sister. Noah turned his head and looked at Linley. When everything is over, your sister will naturally be rescued from the cursed ice. Everything is over. How long do we have to wait? Linley said with some sadness. Even the Elven King can't deal with that otherworldly darkness. Even if Lady Iselia recovers her strength, can she resist the erosion of the otherworldly darkness and end everything? That's something I need to consider. Noah smiled indifferently. You just need to quietly wait for the good news. Wait? Linley was a little anxious. But I've already waited. Before she could finish her sentence, Iselia couldn't speak anymore. Because, Noah suddenly stretched out a finger and covered Linley's rosy lips. While Linley was still in a daze, Noah looked directly at the girl in front of him. His eyes were like gemstones, and his dark pupils seemed to be able to suck people in, shining like the stars in the sky. Looking at Noah like this, Linley couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. Immediately, Noah opened his mouth. Do you still remember what happened in the kitchen when we returned to the academy? Noah's words made Linley come back to her senses, and her pretty face turned red. Not only did she feel embarrassed for looking at Noah's intoxicated past, but she also felt ashamed when she recalled what happened at that time. How could Linley forget what happened at that time? Because, that was the only time in the life of this rich young miss being kissed by the opposite sex. That was Linley's first kiss. Moreover, the significance of kisses to elves and elven envoys was equally extraordinary. Kissing is the most sacred contract and ritual. Noah smiled slightly, and his finger gently rubbed Linley's seductive lips. At that time, I made a contract with you that I would definitely win the Elven Sword Dance Festival and save your sister. Now, the victory of the Elven Sword Dance Festival has been obtained, and the only thing left is to save your sister. Noah looked at Linley, and said word by word. At that time, I will abide by the contract. After tonight, I will let everything end, so leave your sister to me. Noah's words made Linley's gaze unable to leave Noah's face. Linley's pretty face was slightly red, and in the end, she only said this sentence. Can I trust you? Hearing this, Noah shrugged. Why don't you let me swear the oath again? After speaking, Noah held Linley's little hand, and gently kissed the back of her hand. Your sister will definitely be saved, trust me. Linley's cheeks became even redder. However, that delicate and pretty face was like a blooming flower, and a beautiful smile appeared on it. Chapter 1840. Night gradually arrived. With the arrival of the night, the nobles from the various countries of the continent began to appear one by one in the hall of the Great Sacrificial Hall. It was different from the previous competitions. At this moment, the hall of the Great Sacrificial Hall wasn't decorated to be as lively and solemn as a festival. Instead, it was decorated to be like a ball. On the ceiling, the chandelier made of elven ore emitted a gentle light. The surrounding walls were covered with luxurious hanging curtains. The floor was covered with a red carpet that people couldn't bear to step on. Long tables were placed in every corner of the hall, with plates of dishes and bottles of fine wine placed on them. The atmosphere was completely different from the previous lively atmosphere. However, with the appearance of the nobles one by one, the scene gradually became more lively. Everyone was happily discussing the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Even though there weren't any vulgar people present and the discussion wasn't that intense, one could more or less understand the emotions of the nobles who were dressed in formal attire and had impassioned expressions. There was only one topic that everyone was discussing. I didn't think that the Osea Empire would win this year's Elven Sword Dance Festival. When I heard that the strongest sword dancer didn't represent the Osea Empire, I thought that the Osea Empire wouldn't be able to win this time. In the end, the Osea Empire still won. Should I say, as expected of the strongest country on the continent that is on par with the Holy Taija Kingdom? Including this year's Elven Sword Dance Festival, the Elven Sword Dance Festival had been held 4 times in the past 30 years. The first time was 24 years ago and the winner was the 15-year-old Grey Vass. The second time was 15 years ago and the winner was an elven envoy from the Holy Taja Kingdom. The third time was 3 years ago and the winner was Lotus, who represented the Osea Empire. The fourth time was this year and the winners were Noah, Claire, Linley, Fayanna, and Alice. In other words, including this year's Elven Sword Dance Festival, the Osea Empire had won 3 times in the past 30 years. However, that didn't mean that the Osea Empire was amazing. What good luck, Osea Empire! Exactly. No matter if it's the strongest sword dancer or that male elf, strictly speaking, they're not from the Audisia Empire. But both of them represented the Ordesian Empire in the Elven Sword Dance Festival and even won. If it wasn't for the Dusk Witch holding the fort, I'm afraid the kingdom of Odisia would be finished. Not to mention, the lost elf concubine of the Odisia Empire's royal family is also part of the winning team. Previously, we were abandoned by the royal family of the Odisia Empire, but this time, we won a beautiful victory. I'm afraid the royal family won't look good, right? That's why I said that the Odisia Empire was just lucky. How ironic. That was how others saw the Austrian Empire's victory. Of course, there was some jealousy in it, but the content of the topic was not without reason. No matter what, Noah and Lotus weren't from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. They were just representing the Austro-Hungarian Empire. In other words, the Austro-Hungarian Empire's 2 victories in the Elven Sword Dance Festival were only because they had external help. Moreover, it was not wrong to say that they relied on the Dusk Witch to hold the fort. After all, both Noah and Lotus had participated in the Elven Sword Dance Festival because of Grey and Vaz. If it wasn't for Grey and Vaz, Noah and Lotus wouldn't have represented the Austro-Hungarian Empire in the Elven Sword Dance Festival. On top of that, Princess Fayanna had been demoted to a lost elven concubine, and was even abandoned by the royal family. This time, Fayanna had obtained victory in the Elven Sword Dance Festival, giving the royal family of the kingdom a resounding slap in the face. In the eyes of others, the kingdom of 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 the kingdom. Therefore, in this victory celebration, most of the guests were criticizing the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Of course, no one had any opinions about the winner. Under such circumstances, Noah and Lindsley arrived at the entrance of the celebration. Ahem. Lindsley coughed deliberately and casually put her hand on Noah's arm. Noah was slightly startled. He turned his head and glanced at Lindsley, but he only saw Lindsley looking forward as if she had done nothing. However, Noah didn't miss the blush on Lindsley's pretty face. Therefore, Noah couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He brought the cute girl who was holding his arm and walked into the celebration. Their appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Look, the winner's team is here. That's the only male elf user on the continent. Is that the daughter of the Lorenfrost family next to him? What about the white sword user of the black and white sword users? Other than the strongest sword dancer, there's actually an elf user with such powerful sword dance skills. This is really unexpected. Should we go over and say hello? But, that's a male, although it's a little scary. Isn't his sword dance very cool? Yeah. I want to say hello to him. How should I do that? You ask me, I don't know. If I knew, I would have already gone over. The young ladies of the royal family and aristocratic families were whispering to each other. They looked at Noah with fear as usual, but there was also a longing and reverence that had not been there in the past. Just like what Carol had said. Using the same sword dance as the strongest sword dancer, Noah's status in everyone's hearts rose steadily, and he had many fans. Back then, Lotus had captured the hearts of all the elf users with her gorgeous and wonderful sword dance. Now, Noah had displayed his skills in the Elf Sword Dance Festival and even won. Naturally, those innocent ladies had a whole new level of respect for him. However, Noah did not pay attention to those ladies who were talking about him. Instead, he looked around the venue. The hall was not only filled with nobles from various countries, but also the contestants of the Elf Sword Dance Festival. Whether it was the preliminaries or the finals, all the elf users who attended the Elf Sword Dance Festival seemed to have participated in this celebration. Because, after the celebration, the Elf Sword Dance Festival would officially come to an end. Therefore, those contestants who did not attend the dance and the festival before also went on stage and would return to their countries in a few days. Among them, Noah also saw many familiar faces. However, he could not find the person he was looking for. Linley seemed to know who Noah was looking for and could not help but speak. "Are you looking for Lady Lotus Asubble?" Before the competition ended, Lotus said that she would temporarily stay on the floating island until Noah went to the Hall of True Sacrifice to see the Elf King. Therefore, Noah also wondered if he could see Lotus here. Unfortunately, Lotus still did not come. Lotus was not the only one who did not come. The members of the Purgatory Apostles, who represented the Alphys Empire to attend the Elf Sword Dance Festival, also did not come. As expected, those people won't come, right? Noah shrugged. Other than Lotus, almost everyone else can't be seen in the light. We have no choice but to appear. Linley pursed her lips. After a while, when the elf concubines are done with the sacrifice, we have to go to the Hall of True Sacrifice to see the Elf King. As he said that, Noah clearly felt it. Linley's hand that was still in his arm seemed to be trembling slightly. Was it nervousness? Or fear? Noah did not know. However, Noah would not be surprised. Because, next, everyone would not be meeting the Elf King who could fulfill everyone's wishes, but a group of madmen who would sooner or later destroy the world. Whether it was nervousness or fear, it was human nature. Noah could only gently hold Linley's little hand and said so. "Don't worry, Isalia will be there. Even if she has lost most of her power, it should not be a problem to ensure your safety." Before Linley could answer, another voice sounded behind Noah. "Are you in any trouble?" Chapter 1841. The sudden voice startled both Noah and Linley. They immediately turned around and looked behind them. In the next moment, both Linley and Noah were completely stunned. Behind Noah and Linley, a gorgeously dressed young lady was standing there. It was a beautiful young lady in a purple evening gown. The evening gown on the young lady was the type that exposed her slender shoulders and had some embellishments in the front. Her voluptuous upper body and beautiful figure were perfectly accentuated. Many of the male nobles in the hall couldn't help but turn their gazes over with some amazement in their eyes. However, Noah wasn't stunned because of the young lady's beauty. In Noah's impression, the young lady in front of him was radiant with a valiant and battle-hardened side. She wasn't like the refined young lady of a noble family who displayed an incomparably gentle side. The newcomer was Her Highness the Dragon Dukedom of Doragonia Leola. "You?" Noah said almost subconsciously. "Why are you dressed like this? Is it strange for me to dress like this?" Leola's beautiful pair of brows furrowed slightly. "Since it's a ball, isn't it normal to wear an evening gown?" That's true." Noah scratched his cheeks and laughed bitterly. "It's just that I didn't expect you to wear an evening gown. I thought you would hate to dress like this." For a knight and warrior like Leola who followed her battle instincts, in Noah's opinion, even if she was allowed to wear an evening gown, she would definitely refuse to wear it with the reason of, it's inconvenient to move around and won't do any good in battle. Forget it. Therefore, Leola's valiant appearance really surprised Noah. Meanwhile, Leola's brows furrowed deeper and deeper as she spoke expressionlessly. "I know that this dress doesn't suit me. It's normal for you to feel strange." "No, you're mistaken." Noah expressed his thoughts frankly. "It looks pretty good on you. Remember to wear it often in the future." "Wah." Leola's expressionless appearance disappeared without a trace. Her beautiful face couldn't help but blush. Don't think that you can make me happy with your flowery words. I won't fall for it." Although that was what she said, Leola's behavior didn't seem like she could remain calm. Noah looked at Leola with interest, but in the next second, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the soft flesh of his waist. "Humph." Lin Silei snorted coldly and turned her head away. Her delicate face was filled with hatred that anyone could see. Noah could only bitterly touch his soft flesh that had been pinched so hard that it hurt. Could it be that this girl also thinks that I'm just using flowery words to deceive this innocent little girl? Even the heavens could take pity on. Moreover, if he didn't say that, he would be embarrassed himself. After all, during the Elven Sword Dance Festival, Noah had taken advantage of Leola in order to obtain the magical stones on her body after the battle was decided. Therefore, he should at least say a few nice words, right? Thinking of this, Noah couldn't help but glance at Leola's ample bosom before quickly shifting his gaze away. He had to admit that this Dragon Duchess of the Dragon Duchy of Laguna was really something. How did I reach my hand out so calmly at that time? She didn't seem to be that calm. Just as Noah was bitterly touching his waist, Leola finally came to her senses. She coughed dryly and looked at Noah. I think I will remember the sword dance with you for the rest of my life. Now that you are on par with the strongest sword dancer, I don't know if I will have the chance to spar with you in the future. So, allow me to bring up an old matter. Bring up an old matter? Noah raised his brows. Are you referring to the matter we talked about previously? That's right. Leola nodded. Let me ask you one more time. Do you want to come to the Dragon Duchy of Laguna? Leola's words made Noah's expression turn strange. I am not proposing. Looking at Noah's strange expression, Leola seemed to have recalled something important. She blushed and glared at Noah. Although I can't deny that the Dragon King will let us marry in order to give birth to better offspring, it isn't absolute. There are many outstanding Magus concubines in the Dragon Duchy of Laguna. They definitely won't disappoint you. Many Magus concubines? Won't disappoint me? Noah couldn't help but ask. Why do you sound like a pimp? Pimp? Leola was slightly taken aback, and asked in confusion. What's a pimp? Noah's mouth twitched, and he sighed. No, it's nothing. I feel like you've said something rude. Leola knitted her brows again, but she didn't continue to dwell on it. Be it as a spirit envoy or as a man, in my opinion, you are extremely outstanding. Therefore, I sincerely hope that you can come to our Dragon Duchy of Laguna. If possible, I hope you can give me good news. As Leola spoke, she stared at Noah from the beginning to the end. Her attitude was still the same as before. She was very open and aboveboard, making it hard for Noah to feel disgusted by her. At that moment, Linley finally reacted to the situation. Wait. Linley couldn't help but take a step forward and yell. What do you mean by a proposal? When these words came out of Lin Silei's mouth, the whole place suddenly went silent. The nobles who were conversing in the surroundings stared at her in bewilderment. After a few moments of silence, they burst into an uproar. Proposal? Is there a proposal over there? Someone is proposing to Sword Emissary by Ju of the Black and White Sword Emissaries. Could it be that young lady? Isn't that the Princess of Dragon Duchy of Laguna? The Princess of Dragon Duchy of Laguna proposed to Sword Emissary by Ju. I see. Dragon Duchy of Laguna intends to use a marriage alliance to obtain the only male spirit envoy on the continent who is on par with the strongest sword dancer. That's too cunning. Yeah. I didn't expect there to be such a method. Why don't we give it a try? Perhaps we can poach Sword Emissary by Ju. The entire ballroom instantly became noisy. In this situation, Noah felt as though he had swallowed a fly and couldn't utter a single word. Linley realized that she had messed up and covered her mouth immediately. As for Leola, who had been reduced to being the person who proposed to Noah, her pretty face alternated between green and white. In the end, it was completely replaced by a blush of red. Under the shame and anger, Leola screamed without hesitation. It's not a proposal. I'm only interested in his genes. This sentence echoed clearly in the air. The originally noisy ballroom instantly quieted down. That was because everyone was dumbfounded. Even Linley was stunned. She turned her head stiffly and looked at Noah. T-Jeans? You guys actually have such a relationship? Noah covered his face as if he couldn't bear to look at it. He was completely speechless. Leola seemed to have realized what she had said. With a bang, her pretty face turned red as if it had exploded. In the next second, tears welled up in the corner of Leola's eyes. I'll be back. After saying this, Leola lifted her skirt as if she was running away in tears. In an instant, she disappeared without a trace. Noah subconsciously extended a hand in the direction of Leola, as if he wanted to hold her back. One of his hands was suspended in the air. He didn't know whether to raise it or put it down. In the end, he laughed as if he was torturing himself. Forget it, I didn't really plan to go to the Dragon Duchy of Doragonia to spread my genes anyway. However, it was obvious that others didn't think so. What is going on? Linley looked at Noah with tears in her eyes. Explain it to me clearly. Explain? Would that work? Looking at the strange looks and expressions of the people around him, Noah looked up at the sky and sighed. Chapter 1842. After Linley and Leola's messing around, the atmosphere in the ballroom became a little strange. When Claire, Fayanna, and Alice all dressed up and put on their gorgeous evening gowns, the strange atmosphere finally calmed down a little. However, Noah could clearly feel that the surrounding nobles were looking at him with completely different gazes. Perhaps they were inspired by Leola's marriage proposal, and the nobles from various countries had the idea of using marriage to rope in Noah. If they could rope in an elven envoy that was on par with the strongest sword dancer, it would be a great thing even for a country, let alone a noble. Moreover, Noah was a male elven envoy. He could definitely marry the outstanding witch G and give birth to even more outstanding offspring. Just this alone was enough to attract the nobles. Of course, this was also inspired by Leola's genes are important speech. Thus, Noah could only feel that the surrounding nobles, whether male or female, were looking at him with burning gazes. Those burning gazes made Noah feel goosebumps all over his body. Fortunately, because Claire, Linley, Fayanna, and Alice were by his side, the nobles didn't directly come up to propose marriage. Otherwise, Noah felt that he would definitely be like in the world of Fairy's Tale, when he solved the giant dragon's invasion and became the first of the 10 Saint Magi. Wouldn't he welcome an even more spectacular marriage proposal? Just like that, time slowly passed by. Not long after, in the depths of the great sacrificial hall, a fire began to appear around an altar that was enshrined with tributes to the Elven King. Under the illumination of the bonfire, 5 elven maidens gradually appeared and began to dance on the altar. It was a solemn and elegant dance, and at the same time, it was also the highest level of the ritual. The 5 fairy concubines, who served the 5 fairy kings of fire, water, wind, earth, and saint respectively, were like goddesses. Their steps were light and graceful as they danced rhythmically. Surprisingly, Leixia was also present. However, compared to the easygoing demeanor she had displayed in front of Noah and the rest, Leixia, who was dancing on the altar, exuded a noble and elegant aura. Her expression was also rather pure. She was like a completely different person. There was not a single person in the hall who was unaffected by the solemn and beautiful dance. All of them focused their gazes on the altar as if they were intoxicated by it. Noah, Claire, Linley, Fayanna, and Alice also gathered together, watching the sacrifice ceremony of the 5 elven concubines. As expected of a real fairy, Fayanna praised. His mastery of the sacred music of rituals is indeed not something I can compare to. Is that so? Claire said. I don't think Fayanna will lose to the fairy maiden when it comes to Kagura. After all, if your Highness' contract didn't have any problems, your Highness would have succeeded Lady Rubia's position 4 years ago, and not Lady Leixia. Alice said regretfully. Although this is a bit rude to Lady Leixia, your Highness didn't become the fairy maiden. It's really regrettable. I don't think it's that regrettable. Fayanna said magnanimously. At least, in these 4 years, I've seen through many people's true colors. Moreover, if I had become the fairy maiden, then we wouldn't have been able to team up like this and win the elven sword dance ritual together. Well, that's true. Linley combed her light golden hair that reached her waist. If it weren't for Fianna's sacred music of rituals, we wouldn't have been able to win so many times and defeat so many opponents. Moreover, if Fianna became the fairy maiden, perhaps it wouldn't be a good thing? Claire's voice became low. No matter what, the Elven King is already. The group of girls suddenly fell silent. Looking at the group of young ladies, Noah sighed inwardly and said, "Don't worry. Sure enough, you still can't accept the fact that the Elven King has gone mad?" The girls still remained silent. Under such circumstances, Noah spoke indifferently. "It's all right, it would be strange if you accepted such a big thing so easily." Saying so, Noah turned his gaze to the group of girls. "Moreover, you should be nervous about the audience after the sacrificial ceremony, right?" Claire, Linley, Fianna, and Alice were immediately speechless. After the fairy maiden's sacrificial ceremony, Noah's group would be led to the deepest part of the great sacrificial hall, where they would take a bath and change out of their attire. Then, the group would go to the great sacrificial hall and make a wish in front of the Elven King. Looking at the time, it would be less than 3 hours before they would have an audience with the Elven King. In other words, after 3 hours, the group of girls would personally witness the future of the world in the great sacrificial hall. Noah had said that at that time, he would make a move against the Elven Kings. If he succeeded, the Elven Kings would be released, and the world would be temporarily free from the threat. If he failed, the outcome would be eternal damnation. At that time, not only Noah, but perhaps the group of girls would also be implicated and lose their lives on the spot. Of course, with Iselia here, the group of girls would at least be able to survive. On the other hand, the group of young ladies wasn't afraid of death. It was just that when they thought about how the future of the human world and the elf world would be determined by the success of Noah's operation, the nervousness in their hearts couldn't be any greater. It would be a lie to say that I'm not nervous. Alice was the first to break the silence and looked at Noah. "But I don't think what you're doing is wrong, so we'll support you. No matter what, we're teammates." Linley smiled sweetly. "In the academy, we obtained the qualifications to participate in the Elven Sword Dance Festival together. In the Elven Sword Dance Festival, we won together. If you plan to save the world, then we have no reason to stand by and do nothing. Although we can't be sure if we can help, we're all winners of the Elven Sword Dance Festival. If we don't meet the Elven King, the divine ceremonial courtyard will definitely be the first to make things difficult for us. They'll think that we're being disrespectful, right?" Viviana said sarcastically. "It's a pity that they still don't know that the person they're serving is no longer normal. If possible, I also hope to be able to witness it to the end." Claire's tone became resolute. "For years ago, when Sister barged into the great sacrificial hall, I want to personally confirm with my own eyes what exactly you saw." After saying that, the group of girls looked at each other, and shortly after, they all looked at Noah and said in unison, "So, we'll go with you." Hearing that, Noah's eyes flickered and he suddenly felt enlightened. Although these teammates of his were all pampered and noble young ladies, they weren't as weak as he had imagined. Because her sister betrayed the Elven King, Claire had been deprived of everything by her side. For 4 years, she had been troubled and looked at differently by others. She had already honed a strong heart. Linley looked like a pampered young lady, but not only was she gentle and virtuous, but she had also experienced the incident of her close relative being frozen by the mad Elven King. She also had a part of her perseverance. Like Claire, Viviana had been neglected by the royal family after being reduced to a lost elven concubine. She was looked at strangely by others, and her body and mind had been tempered. As for Alice, she didn't seem to have anything special about her, but she was also born in a family of warriors. Her respected sister had once been led astray, and it wasn't that she hadn't encountered adversity. Although these girls were incomparably pure in body and mind, it didn't mean that they would escape from suffering. In this regard, Noah could only smile. "Then, let's go together. Claire, Linley, Viviana, and Alice immediately smiled and nodded heavily. At this moment, on the altar, the elven concubine's voice resounded. The sacrificial ceremony has ended. The winners, please come with us to take a bath and prepare to have an audience with the Elven King. The most crucial moment had finally arrived. Chapter 1843. This was an extremely grand yet somewhat dim hall. Pieces of elven oars hung on the walls of the hall, emitting a faint light. In the deepest part of the hall, there was a door. The door wasn't grand, but it was quite ancient and gave off a feeling of a long history. Duh! Noah stepped into the hall with powerful footsteps. After looking around, Noah's gaze fell on the door in the deepest part of the hall. Next to Noah, Claire, Linley, Fianna, and Alice appeared one after another. Besides, just like Noah, the group of young ladies fixed their gazes on the ancient door almost immediately. Looking at the door that seemed to have been there since ancient times, Claire couldn't help but murmur. Is that the door to the Hall of True Sacrifice? At this moment, Noah and the others had changed their evening gowns into the uniforms of the Elven Academy. Meeting the Elven King was a matter of supreme honor. At least, it was definitely so for the people of this world. Originally, under such circumstances, Noah and the others wouldn't be overboard even if they wore extremely expensive and luxurious clothes. However, as the winners of the Elven Sword Dance Festival, the Elven envoys had to wear the competition's attire when meeting the Elven King. Therefore, Noah and the others were still wearing the Elven Academy's uniforms. The pure white uniforms seemed to reflect light under the illumination of the elven oars in the hall, appearing extremely conspicuous. However, Noah and the others' gazes were fixed on the ancient door and didn't move away. Because that was the door to the Hall of True Sacrifice where the Elven King resided. Just as Noah and the others were staring at the door, a series of orderly footsteps sounded from behind them, entering the ears of Noah and the others. The group immediately came back to their senses and turned their heads to look behind them. They saw 5 elven concubines wearing the highest ceremonial attire neatly lined up and walked in. That was not a phenomenon that had been rehearsed or deliberately produced. As elven concubines who had always practiced the divine music of ceremonies and performed the highest level of dance for the Elven King, the uniformity of their steps had long been engraved into the instincts of these girls. They could achieve such formality and pleasing to the eye without any deliberate effort. Naturally, Laetia was also present among the 5 elven maidens. In such a formal occasion, Rexia looked as solemn and holy as she did during the sacrificial ceremony. She exuded a noble and elegant temperament. Immediately after, the 5 fairy maidens bowed to Noah and his group, who were the winners. Then, as if she was the representative, Laetia took a step forward. Laetia's gaze slowly swept over Noah's group. She smiled and said, "Everyone, it's time to meet the Elf King. Have you all decided on your wishes?" Claire, Linsley, Fianna, and Alice did not answer. Instead, they all focused their gazes on Noah. All of a sudden, the gazes of the elven concubines all gathered on Noah. Being stared at by 5 of the noblest fairy maidens in the continent, even the king of a country would be nervous, right? However, Noah acted as if he did not feel anything and nodded calmly. "We've decided on our wishes." That's right. They had decided on their wishes. From the beginning, Noah and his group only had one wish. Unfortunately, it was a wish that could not be revealed to anyone. Including Laetia. Including the fairy maidens. Claire, Linsley, Fianna, and Alice's expressions were somewhat tense. The girls were probably worried that Laetia would ask Noah about the contents of his wishes. However, this worry was unnecessary. "Is that so?" Laetia nodded understandingly and then pointed to the door in the deepest part of the hall. "Then, everyone, please go through that door." Noah and his group once again turned their gazes to the door in the deepest part of the hall. Behind that door is a special place that is separated from the normal space. The front part is a corridor that extends endlessly. Through that corridor, you will reach the Hall of True Sacrifice and meet the Elf King. Laetia explained. Along the way, there will be forks in the corridor, but please do not step into them. In the past, several winners of the Fairy Sword Dance Festival stepped into the forks and lost their way. In the end, they disappeared in the cracks of the dimension and never appeared again. Everyone, please be careful. The expressions of the group of girls became even more tense. They probably did not expect that just an audience would be life-threatening. Only Noah slightly narrowed his eyes and nodded coldly. We understand. That's good. Leixia seemed to feel relieved from the bottom of her heart. She smiled again and then bowed to Noah and his group. Then, congratulations on getting your wish. Behind Leixia, the other 4 fairy concubines also bent down and bowed. Only then did Noah cast his gaze towards the group of girls and smiled slightly. All right, let's go. Claire, Linley, Fayanna, and Alice all nodded in agreement. At the next moment, under Noah's lead, the group of people walked toward the door in the deepest part of the hall with clear footsteps that echoed in the surroundings. Kacha, almost at the same time, the ancient door in the deepest part of the hall suddenly made a strange sound. Then, it gradually opened. The scene that appeared in front of Noah and his group was the same as what Leixia had described. It was a corridor that extended endlessly. There were indeed forks in the corridor. There were no walls around him. Instead, he was surrounded by a colorful space that was constantly twisting. At first glance, it looked like a corridor that was suspended in the colorful sky. It was quite beautiful. However, behind this magnificence, there was a hidden danger to life. If it was only Claire, Linley, Fayanna, and Alice, the 4 of them would definitely be nervous facing this corridor, right? However, Noah continued to walk in front as though he was not lost at all. His footsteps did not stop at all, and he continued to walk in the direction of the corridor. The back of the figure standing in front of the girls made them feel an uncontrollable courage. They all made up their minds and followed behind Noah. Thus, under the witness of the 5 fairy maidens, Noah and his group stepped into the infinite corridor. Rumble. With a rumble, the ancient door suddenly closed. The entire hall once again returned to an indescribable silence. In the infinite corridor that seemed to have no end, Noah and his group did not know how long they had walked. Although there were forks in the road, and some of them even appeared suddenly under the gaze of Noah and his group never deviated from the direction and kept moving forward. In such a different space, even the sound of footsteps was not allowed, so Noah and his group walked in silence. Along the way, no one spoke. Instead, with a determined expression, under Noah's lead, they kept moving forward, forward, forward. At a certain moment, Noah stopped. At the same time, Claire, Linley, Fayanna, and Alice all stopped as well. This was because a huge door had suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was as if a huge door had suddenly appeared and stood there. Kacha! At the same time, the heavy door opened by itself, and the scene behind the door was imprinted into the eyes of the group. What appeared there was a huge staircase. The staircase extended upward, as if reaching into the sky, and connected to a high platform. On the high platform, there were 5 jade thrones. On the thrones, balls of shining light seemed to be suspended there, emitting a dazzling strong light. Looking at the balls of light sitting on the jade thrones, Claire, Linley, Fayanna, and Alice held their breaths. Noah's eyes also flickered, and as if talking to himself, he whispered. Is that the Fairy King? Yes. That was the Fairy King. He governed the elements of the world. He stood at the top of the world. He controlled the hegemony of the world. Like a god, he was revered by all the lives in the human world and the elemental world. Chapter 1844. Clank. Dazzling light shone from the balls of light hovering above the jade thrones, illuminating the entire hall of true sacrifice. That light was like the most dazzling color in the world, reverberating non-stop. How many people would believe such a dazzling light? In that dazzling light, there was endless darkness and endless madness hidden within. In the next second, a grand and solemn voice resounded in the entire hall of true sacrifice. Your sword dance is truly spectacular. We can grant your wish through a miracle to repay your sword dance. What request do you have for us? That voice seemed to be able to shake the space. The voice carried unparalleled godly might and reverberated in the huge hall of true sacrifice. The moment this voice sounded, Claire, Linley, Phaeana, and Alice all trembled. It was as if an instinct from the deepest part of their bodies was glowing, making the girls all want to kneel down. In the past, the winners of the Elven Sword Dance Festival had to immediately kneel and declare their wish to the Elven King. Then, that wish would be fulfilled under the execution of Miracle's system. However, just as Claire, Linley, Phaeana, and Alice were about to kneel, Noah lifted his foot and walked forward without any reason. Noah! Noah! The girls' hearts all trembled. Because Noah didn't kneel and walked forward as if ignoring the Elven King's voice, it was an absolute blasphemy. And the Elven King seemed to think so too. The entire space of the Hall of Sacrifice suddenly trembled. An extremely terrifying pressure filled the air, spreading in all directions. Among the balls of light hovering above the jade thrones, there were 3 balls of light that emitted a shocking godly might. That shocking pressure and divine might made the hearts of the 4 girls, Claire, Linley, Phaeana, and Alice, shrink. Their charming faces turned deathly pale in an instant. Only Noah didn't seem to feel anything. His dark and deep eyes stared at the balls of light on the jade thrones, and fixed his gaze on the 3 balls of light that emitted a shocking pressure. Lotus said that the Holy Elven King's seat was empty. And the Water Elven King was already liberated. There were only 3 Elven Kings left. Then, it was clear which jade thrones the 3 Elven Kings were on. Looking at the source of the pressure, it was clear. Thus, a burst of violent godly might energy burst out from Noah's body like a burning flame. On the back of Noah's hand, the elven seal emitted an unprecedentedly dazzling light, illuminating the entire space. Then, Noah began to chant. Cold Steel Queen, demon-slaying holy sword, turn into a sword of steel and bestow me with godly power. It was the incantation to summon the demon slayer. Divine starlight, lightning of salvation, wisdom of the goddess, indestructible steel, sword, appear in my hand. That was the incantation to summon the heavenly sword of salvation. Under the solemn and sacred incantation, a silver flash and a strong platinum light burst out from the elven seal on the back of Noah's hand, turning into a shiny silver holy sword and a dazzling platinum divine sword. Noah held them tightly in his hand. Shocking godly might energy poured into the holy sword and divine sword, making the silver light and platinum light look like 2 small suns, emitting extremely dazzling light. It was also at this moment that the pressure permeating the space suddenly stagnated. Bang! On the jade thrones, among the 3 balls of light emitting a shocking pressure, a burst of muffled explosions that made the space tremble. Then, a strange phenomenon occurred. An incomparably terrifying flame. A hair-raising hurricane. An extremely violent impact. They surged out from the 3 light clusters that sat on the jade throne. In an instant, they shook the entire space and swept out. Then, an extremely orderly voice rang out from the space. Die. As soon as the voice fell, terrifying flames, hair-raising hurricanes, and extremely violent impact surged down from the 3 jade thrones. Wherever the flames passed, the atmosphere was evaporated. Wherever the hurricanes passed, an ear-piercing sound echoed. Wherever the impact passed, the stairs trembled. The highest level of power of the 3 attributes of fire, wind, and earth turned into a torturous torment that took away a person's life. Like a monstrous wave of flames, hurricanes, and impact, it surged down from above. That power was definitely not something that a human could resist. Once touched, just like the heartless voice that echoed in the space a second ago, there was only one outcome. Death. Unfortunately, when faced with the shocking waves of fire, wind, and impact that were like monstrous waves, Noah's footsteps continued to move forward without stopping for a single moment. Only a voice slowly sounded from Noah's body. Avesta, activate. Dazzling starlight gradually emerged from Noah's body. At this moment, in the depths of Noah's heart, the cosmic sea, which no longer had the stone plate that represented authority and sovereignty, began to riot. Counteracted in turn. Simulated star map, another cosmology. The emerging starlight turned into an extremely terrifying power and shook Noah's body. Avesta. It could imitate the enemy's cosmology. Except for the human's cosmology, the power of other existences could be imitated and integrated into one's own, simulated star map, another cosmology. This simulated star map, another cosmology, which could not be used in the world of fairy's tale, was now finally used by Noah. At this moment, under the power of the simulated star map, another cosmology, the power of the three elf kings of fire, wind, and earth all turned into waves of fluctuations and poured into Noah's body. Noah's aura suddenly rose steadily and climbed to the top, easily surpassing the elf kings. If it was said that the elven king was like a god, and his level in the box could be listed in the 4 digits, then with the power of the 3 elven kings, Noah's power had risen to an extremely terrifying level. Faintly, it had already reached the 3 digits, and the trend of breaking through the 4 digits. The astonishing power fluctuations caused the raging flames, wind, and impact from the jade throne to stagnate, as if they were stirred up by an invisible big hand. Bang! In the muffled sound of an explosion, Noah fiercely stomped on the ground, creating a shock wave. Under the situation where the ground was crushed, he turned into a streak of light and violently rushed up. In the next instant, the streak of light violently collided with the raging flames, wind, and impact waves. Poochie! Accompanied by the sound of tearing silk, the streak of light that soared into the sky was like a sharp knife, fiercely tearing apart the terrifying raging flames, the hair-raising wind, and the extremely violent impact waves formed by the 3 huge waves. Noah, who had turned into a streak of light, faced the raging flames, wind, and impact waves head-on. Finally, he broke through the 3 terrifying forces and violently shot to the front of the high platform. Absolute sword skill. Form breaker ardent flower spiral sword dance 72 consecutive strikes. That was the highest number of consecutive strikes that Noah could display at the moment. Wang! The demon slayer and heavenly sword elven magic equipment glowed brightly like never before. The silver holy sword and the platinum heavenly sword turned into a torrential storm of slashes. Like a continuous sword formation formed by streaks of sword light, it instantly enveloped the 3 balls of light that were emitting a terrifying aura. Poochie poochie poochie. The slashes that turned into sword light swept past the balls of light one by one, and in the midst of the tearing sound, the balls of light were slashed apart one by one. Bang! Suddenly, the balls of light exploded one after another. Chapter 1845. Bang! In an extremely uniform muffled explosion, the light balls sitting on the jade throne all exploded like fireworks, turning into bursts of light particles and dissipating in the air. Under the combo storm of Demon Slayer and Heavenly Sword of Salvation, even the elf kings were cut open alive. As the light balls exploded one by one, they disappeared one after another. Noah could clearly feel that his combo all hit the target, and each hit the elf kings hidden under the light balls. In other words, Noah had successfully liberated the remaining fire elf kings, wind elf kings, and earth elf kings. Almost at the same time, the powerful force surging in Noah's body began to dissipate little by little. The power from the 3 elf kings all dissipated one by one because the target of their imitation disappeared. The starlight surging on the surface of Noah's body dimmed little by little. In the depths of Noah's heart, the cosmic sea that represented another cosmology also calmed down little by little, restoring its original vastness and tranquility. This phenomenon told Noah. The elf kings were indeed all liberated. At that moment, Noah tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and retreated rapidly like a phantom. In an instant, he swept down the long flight of stairs and returned to the side of the group of girls. Only then did Claire, Lindsley, Fayanna, and Alice react. Success, success. Lindsley couldn't help but cheer. The elf kings are all liberated. Claire, Lindsley, and Alice also looked surprised and couldn't help but run toward Noah. Although it was extremely unbelievable that Noah actually defeated the joint attack of the three elf kings in an instant, at this moment, the joy of the result temporarily overshadowed the shock, causing the girls to cheer. However, Noah felt that something was wrong. Thus, Noah yelled at the group of girls without even turning his head. "Don't come over." Claire, Lindsley, Fayanna, and Alice suddenly stopped in their tracks, and the joy on their faces also froze. Noah raised his eyes and stared at the 5 empty jade thrones above. His dark and deep eyes gradually condensed. An indescribable heavy atmosphere began to spread in the air. The entire space returned to a state of silence, giving people an extremely oppressive feeling. Then, in Noah's heart, Aster and Athena's voices sounded at the same time. "Master! Be careful! Something is coming." The moment Aster and Athena's voices sounded, Noah's pupils also suddenly shrank. The next moment, the jade thrones in the deepest part of the hall of sacrifice suddenly trembled. Hum! Accompanied by trembling sounds that sounded like mournful wails, existences that did not belong to this world surged out from the jade thrones. Seeing this scene, Noah's eyes condensed again. Claire, Lindsley, Fayanna, and Alice looked at the things gushing out from the jade thrones. They all trembled, and their expressions changed drastically. What gushed out from the jade thrones was dense darkness. It didn't refer to the pure darkness, but it was like a turbid current that could engulf people. It emitted an ominous, evil, decaying, and terrifying aura. The darkness was like pitch-black magma, turning into turbid currents that continuously gushed out from the jade thrones, forming a wave that flowed down the stairs. That scene was like a pitch-black mudslide rushing down, making one's hair stand on end. Feeling the ominous, evil, decaying, terrifying, and even curse-like aura contained in the dark turbid current, Claire, Lindsley, Fayanna, and Alice's pretty faces turned pale, and their bodies uncontrollably retreated. "What? What is that?" Fayanna couldn't help but let out a sorrowful cry. "What? What a terrifying feeling." Lindsley's voice also changed. "Is that the otherworldly darkness?" Alice clenched her trembling teeth. Sister, did you see something like this back then?" Claire's whole body trembled. Even Noah couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw the dense darkness gushing out from the jade thrones like black mud. "It's like the evils of this world." Noah had seen the same scene a long time ago. In the world of the Type Moon, during the Holy Grail War, all the evils of this world gushed out from the contaminated Holy Grail. It was exactly the same as the scene in front of him. However, all the evils of this world were just pure curses. If one was swallowed up, as long as one was a human, there was only one outcome: death. However, the otherworldly darkness in front of him wouldn't curse people to death. Instead, it would cause elves to go crazy. Even the Elven King couldn't avoid it. He bitterly resisted, but in the end, he was swallowed up and completely lost to madness. However, unfortunately, this kind of power is useless against me. The otherworldly darkness was undoubtedly a kind of power. Since that was the case, that thing was destined to be useless against Noah. Without mentioning anything else, with Avesta's another cosmology, as long as Noah imitated the cosmology of the otherworldly darkness and used it as a mirror, he would be able to counteract that power. Since Noah didn't do anything and rushed into the otherworldly darkness, nothing would happen. Because Noah's physique was immune to all negative powers. The otherworldly darkness happened to be among them. At that moment, Noah raised his head and stared at the jade thrones surging with dense darkness. "Is that the door?" The otherworldly darkness came from neither the human world nor the elemental elves' world. In that case, to come to the elemental elves' world from the otherworldly darkness, there must be a door that can be passed through. Just like how coming to the elemental elves' world from the human world required a door, the darkness from the otherworldly darkness also required a door. Now it seemed that the door of the otherworldly darkness was opened by those jade thrones, swallowing the Elven King and making him go crazy. If the door was always open, even if the elven kings were liberated, they would still be swallowed by the otherworldly darkness in the future and fall into a state of madness, thus destroying the human world and the elven world. It was precisely because of this that Lubia was desperate and went to extremes, hoping to eliminate the elven kings from the root and eliminate the threat to the world. Frankly speaking, Noah also felt that it was not enough to just liberate the elven kings. If the otherworldly darkness was not eliminated from the root, it would still be a threat to the world. However, it was also impossible to eliminate the otherworldly darkness. Because no one knew how much darkness from the otherworldly darkness was left, and there was no guarantee that it would not continue to multiply and endlessly threaten the human world and the elemental elves' world. More importantly, there was no way to eliminate the darkness. After all, it was just pure power. So, Noah finally thought of a way. Back in the abandoned city, Noah told Lotus the method. Just destroy the door. With the power of the Demon Slayer and Heavenly Sword, it was not impossible to destroy the door that connected the two worlds. So, Noah's feet moved, and his body turned into an arrow that left the bowstring, shaking a whirlwind, like a gale, and rushed in the direction of the Jade Thrones. A faint sound of breaking air was heard. Noah's body flew in the direction of the Jade Thrones like a ghost. The dense darkness that surged out from the Jade seats suddenly seemed to have been stimulated, and it began to fluctuate like boiling waves. Below, Claire, Linley, Fianna, and Alice, who saw Noah rush out with their own eyes, suddenly cried out in alarm. "Be careful!" They saw that the dark turbid flow turned into waves and surged up, rushing in the direction of Noah's back and covering the direction of Noah. Chapter 1846. Glug glug glug. The thick darkness that surged out from the jade seats on the high platform was like boiling water, making strange noises. Under such circumstances, the pitch-black turbid flow that flowed down the stairs also surged violently, making people's hearts palpitate. Noah, who was rushing in the direction of the jade seats, discovered the threat behind him before the group of girls cried out in alarm. The turbid flow that was like black magma turned into a boiling wave. Like a giant hand, it covered the direction of Noah, who was flying at high speed. In the next second, it was imprinted into Noah's eyes. An ominous, evil, decaying, and terrifying aura constantly emerged from the thick darkness. The intensity of the aura was so strong that even Claire, Linley, Fianna, and Alice could clearly feel it, not to mention Noah, who had superb senses. However, with a constitution that was not affected by any negative energy, Noah did not need to fear the thick darkness. However, if he was swallowed by the thick darkness, then even if Noah was not affected in any way, his movements would be obstructed and he would not be able to rush to the jade seats. Therefore, Noah could not ignore the threat behind him. Immediately, Noah poured divine power into the holy sword and divine blade in his hands. Absolute sword skill. Form 3 Shadow Moon Dance. In an instant, the silver holy sword and platinum divine blade turned into an arc, like moonlight, flashing through space. Poochie. With a ripping sound, the thick darkness that surged in Noah's direction like a huge wave was directly cut apart by the Demon Slayer and Heavenly Sword. Like a black ocean that was forcefully cut apart, it was cut in half at the waist. However, the thick darkness that was cut in half did not follow the gravity and smash into the pitch-black magma sea below. Instead, it directly floated there, trembling once again. With a twist, it turned into waves of pitch-black turbid flow. The turbid flow was like a huge shadow, mixed with ominous and evil fluctuations. It was like a black net that enveloped Noah's direction. Immediately, Noah's location was covered by a shadow. The thick darkness also fell from the sky, one by one fiercely covering Noah below. Absolute sword skill. Form 3 Shadow Moon Dance. Noah used the same trick again, his whole body that was suspended in the air started to spin like a top. The Demon Slayer and Heavenly Sword turned into sharp sword light, violently slashing apart. Poochie poochie poochie. The thick darkness that fell from the sky like a black net was suddenly ruthlessly cut apart by the moonlight like slashes, exploding like water splashes. However, the thick darkness was still not destroyed. This time, the splash-like darkness squirmed and turned into black lumps, shooting towards Noah like bullets. Noah, who had just cut apart the thick darkness, had no way to dodge. Bang 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 bang. Amidst a series of muffled sounds, Noah was sent flying backward as if he had been hit by a heavy rock. The friction between him and the air caused a sharp piercing sound to resound. Noah! Claire, Lindsley, Fayanna, and Alice all cried out in alarm. No! We can't watch anymore. Lindsley bit her lip and shouted loudly. We have to help him. That's right. Alice agreed with Lindsley without hesitation. Noah is fighting for the world, for everyone. We can't just watch from the side. But what can we do? Fayanna said anxiously and helplessly. We're not as powerful as Noah. Even if we help, we can't help. Even if that's the case, we can only go. Claire summoned her flame whip, her red eyes staring fixedly at the thick darkness. Noah is fighting. Even my sister wants to fight the otherworld darkness. I can't just watch. Lindsley and Alice both nodded repeatedly. Fayanna clenched her teeth and nodded immediately. Okay. I'll give you my blessing. Claire, Lindsley, and Alice looked at each other and smiled. They all took out their elven equipment. However, just as the group of young ladies was about to rush forward, Noah's voice sounded again. Don't come over. Noah hovered in the air. He stared at the dense darkness that was still surging down from the jade throne and spoke in a deep voice. That darkness can make the Elven King go crazy, so it can make other elves go crazy. If you rashly barge in, you'll make all your contracted elves go crazy. Then it'll be terrible. In fact, if it wasn't for the continuous infusion of divine power into the demon slayer and the heavenly sword, as well as the fact that Aster and Athena's strength were equally extraordinary, Noah's contracted elves would have gone crazy after coming into contact with the darkness several times. Even so, Aster and Athena exhausted all their strength to resist the erosion of the otherworld darkness. They didn't even have time to say a word. And this was under the condition that Noah had been continuously providing divine power support. If Noah stopped the infusion of divine power, perhaps Aster and Athena wouldn't be able to resist the erosion of the otherworld darkness. Even Aster and Athena, who could rival the Elven King, were in such a state, let alone the contracted elves of Claire, Lindsley, Fayanna, and Alice. Although the contracted elves of the girls were all high-ranked elves, they were still a distance away from the highest-ranked elves. Their strength hadn't even reached the demonic level and was far from the demon god level, let alone the mythical level. Aster and Athena's strength was above the mythical level, but they were still having a hard time resisting. Once elves who weren't even at the demonic level came into contact with the darkness, they would definitely go crazy. Therefore, Noah couldn't let the girls get involved. You don't have to interfere. It's not like I don't have a way. Noah said to the group of girls without turning his head as he stared at the thick darkness that was surging towards him. You just have to protect yourselves. If anything happens, immediately turn around and run. Do you understand? Claire, Lindsley, Fayanna, and Alice's high spirits suddenly disappeared as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. However, Noah's words were reasonable and couldn't be refuted. At that moment, the girls could only grit their teeth and stand on the spot, their faces filled with unwillingness. Hovering in the air, Noah took a deep breath as he looked at the endless surge of otherworld darkness that was about to flow out of the stairs and touch the hall where the girls were. Aster. Athena. Let's decide the victor in one breath. Aster and Athena didn't say anything. However, the demon slayer and heavenly sword in Noah's hands blossomed with dazzling radiance, illuminating the entire hall of sacrifice. Feeling the divine power flowing from the demon slayer and heavenly sword, Noah's lips curled up. Immediately, Noah's figure shot up like a meteor, rushing toward the jade seats on the high platform. Wang! The dense darkness, which was like black lava, immediately began to rage. Just like before, it surged and set off waves after waves of black waves that surged towards Noah, who was flying over in an imposing manner. Looking at the thick darkness surging toward him like a monstrous wave, Noah didn't reduce his speed, but instead flew higher and higher. Avesta, activate. Counteracted in turn. Simulating another cosmology. Dazzling starlight burst out from Noah's body, mixed with silver and platinum flashes, shining brightly. Chapter 1847. Clang. Deep and dazzling starlight suddenly flashed in the space of the Hall of Sacrifice. For a moment, it dyed the incomparably thick darkness into a dazzling starlight. Noah's whole body seemed to be surrounded by stars, and his whole body was shrouded in a dazzling light like the Milky Way. That radiance even overshadowed the radiance of the demon slayer and the heavenly sword. Carrying the starlight all over his body, Noah was like a bolt of lightning. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he directly charged toward the dense tide of darkness that was surging toward him. Wang! When Noah, who soared into the sky like a meteor, rushed straight into the thick darkness that surged over, the sea of darkness that flowed down the stairs like pitch-black magma suddenly trembled. Immediately, Claire, Linley, Fianna, and Alice all saw it. Following Noah's rush, the thick darkness that forced Noah to retreat suddenly seemed to disappear and completely dissipated. Wang 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 wang. In the trembling sound, the thick darkness that came into contact with Noah's starlight was dispelled one by one. At this moment, the another cosmology called Avesta didn't superimpose the thick darkness power on Noah's body. Instead, it turned into a mirror and completely cancelled out the otherworldly darkness that came into contact with Noah. Under the power of the another cosmology of Avesta, Noah seemed to have entered a no-man's land. He rushed all the way and forcibly separated the surging waves of darkness. Chi! In the clear sound of breaking through the air, Noah, who was surrounded by dense starlight, rushed up and finally broke through the obstruction of the otherworldly darkness. He scuttled in front of the jade thrones. Wang 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 wang. The thick darkness that surged out from the jade thrones seemed to have anticipated something and crazily trembled. Clang! In the next second, a dazzling light expanded from the demon slayer and heavenly sword. Noah poured all the divine power he could control into the demon slayer and heavenly sword. His whole body swelled with phosphorescent light. Absolute sword skill. Formbreaker ardent flower spiral sword dance 72 consecutive slashes. The silver holy sword and platinum divine sword once again turned into flashes of light and intertwined to form a storm of sword strikes. It enveloped the jade thrones like a storm. The 72 consecutive slashes that were performed by the highest level elven magic device in 1,000th of a second turned into the most violent slashes and heavily fell on the jade thrones. The thick darkness that surged out from the jade thrones suddenly stopped. Bang! A jade throne jade throne jade throne. Peng peng peng. As if triggering a chain reaction, the remaining 4 jade thrones exploded one after another. Buzz 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 buzz. The thick darkness that had just stopped suddenly seemed to have completely fallen into a frenzy and trembled violently. Ah! Claire, Linley, Fianna, and Alice cried out in surprise again. This was because the violent thick darkness surged into the air and turned into an extremely huge black arm. It set off a violent gust of wind. With an ominous, evil, decaying, and terrifying aura, it opened its palm in Noah's direction and fiercely grabbed him. Whoosh! The huge black arm even stirred up the turbulence in the atmosphere and turned the gust of wind into a storm. The space around the arm was crazily swirling. The momentum was extremely great. If he was hit by that attack, even if it was Noah, if he didn't activate another cosmology, he wouldn't have a good ending. However, at this moment, Noah didn't seem to notice the huge black arm behind him at all. He stared straight ahead. At this moment, Noah saw it. On the jade thrones where the elf kings originally sat, a vortex like a black hole was slowly rotating, emitting a terrifying aura. The thick darkness from the alien world all surged out from this black hole-like vortex. In other words, the black hole in front of him was the door that connected the alien world and the elemental elf world. Therefore, without any hesitation, Noah suddenly raised the heavenly sword of salvation and gathered a huge amount of divine power under his feet. Ultimate sword skill. Initial form purple lightning. The divine power gathered under Noah's feet was released and turned into a powerful thrust. It made Noah's body rush out like a gust of wind. The lightning-like thrust directly cut through the space, leaving a faint trace in the air. Immediately, the heavenly sword of salvation, which was shining with a dazzling platinum light, was like a thunderbolt, ruthlessly piercing into the black hole like vortex. Puchi. A tearing sound, as if it had pierced through a human body, resounded. Wang. The thick darkness that surged out from the black hole like vortex suddenly trembled. Disappear for me. Noah shouted in a low voice. Light of salvation. Full release. The platinum sword that pierced into the black hole like vortex suddenly bloomed with a brilliant light. The light was like a tide, surging out and covering the black hole like vortex, covering Noah's body, and at the same time, also covering the huge black hand that suddenly stretched out from behind Noah. In the end, the platinum light even covered the entire hall of sacrifice, bathing the hall of sacrifice in the light of the sword. The group of girls let out sorrowful cries one after another, and then they were also covered by the platinum light. The hall of sacrifice was located in the crevice of the dimension. It was a different space between the human world and the elemental world. If someone was in this different space, they would definitely discover it. In the hall of sacrifice, which was suspended in the air, flashes of light began to leak out. Immediately, under the power of the flashes, the hall of sacrifice began to collapse, disintegrate, and collapse. Pieces of debris and rubble fell to the ground due to gravity. Until they disappeared in the crevice of the dimension, completely disappearing. Not far from the floating island of the holy region, an airship was drifting aimlessly, slowly moving along with the wind. Above the airship, a magic square suddenly flashed without any warning, like a door that was forcefully opened. Ah 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 ah. In the screams, Noah, Claire, Lindsley, Viviana, and Alice all appeared from the magic square and fell down. Because they were not very high from the airship, even Noah didn't have time to react, and they all fell onto the deck of the airship. Ah! Ouch! It hurts. The group of girls smashed their butts on the wooden deck, and it was so painful that they almost burst into tears. Only Noah adjusted his body in time and landed on the deck in a crouching position. Right at this moment, a rather cold voice sounded. It seems that the inspiration I received was correct. Hearing this voice, Noah and the others raised their heads subconsciously and looked forward. There, two people seemed to have been standing there since the beginning, and they were imprinted in everyone's eyes. Seeing these two people, Claire, Linley, Fayanna, Alice, and the other girls all opened their eyes wide. Lady Leanna Subble. Lindsley and Alice exclaimed in surprise. However, Claire and Fayanna were even more shocked. Looking at the other girl with long red hair, Viviana said in a trembling voice. Lady Rubia. Claire's expression changed drastically, and she murmured in a daze. Sister. Chapter 1848. The people who appeared in front of them were Lotus and Rubia. You. Noah said in surprise. Why are you here? Although there were many questions, this was the most important one. This was because Noah, Claire, Linley, Fayanna, and Alice had no idea why they were suddenly teleported out of the Hall of Sacrifice, let alone the others. Judging from Rubia's words, this elf of calamity seemed to have been here all along, waiting for Noah and the others to appear. How did Rubia know that Noah and the others would appear here? It was as if she knew beforehand that Noah and the others would be teleported here. In fact, Rubia did know beforehand that Noah and the others would be teleported here. Although it's a bit ironic for me to say this, I'm still an elf who once served the Elf King, Rubia said calmly. After you entered the Hall of Sacrifice, I received some inspiration and knew that a door to the Hall of Sacrifice would open in this place, so I waited here. I was also found by Rubia after that, Lotus replied. Because she detected that a door to the Hall of Sacrifice was about to open, Rubia was worried that the otherworld darkness would flow out from there. In order to increase her combat power, Rubia took the initiative to find me. Not only Lotus, Rubia also found Lily and Maya. The two girls seemed to be on this airship as well. However, Lily was controlling the airship, and Maya seemed to have developed some fear of Noah ever since she was defeated by Noah in the Elven Sword Dance. She hid in the cabin, unwilling to come out. As for Sarah, the witch who attacked Lotus, she naturally couldn't stay here any longer. She had already fled back to the Alpha Empire. Therefore, there were only 4 people on this airship: Lotus, Rubia, Maya, and Lily. But Noah frowned slightly. Why were we suddenly teleported here? As soon as this voice fell, a young and clear voice followed. Because the Hall of Sacrifice collapsed at the last moment. If you continued to stay there, you would definitely fall into the crack of the dimension. That's why I opened the door and teleported all of you out. As this voice rang out, a petite figure slowly appeared in everyone's field of vision. Looking at the petite girl, Claire, Linley, Fianna, and Alice all knelt down. Even Lotus half knelt down. Lady Isalia. It was the Water Elf Queen, Isalia Shiva. It's really very lucky to be able to make it in time. Isalia first glanced at Lubia, who was staring at her, then she turned her head and looked at Noah. Noah Doria, thank you for freeing all the Elf Kings and destroying the door of the other world, preventing the Elf Kings from being devoured again. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you've saved us, the human world, and the elf world. Hearing this, Lubia took a step forward. She didn't have the slightest respect for the Elf King and directly said. In other words, the Elf Kings have all been successfully freed, and even the door of the other world has been destroyed? That's right. Isalia nodded heavily. Although the Hall of Sacrifice was also destroyed, it couldn't be better to be able to solve the problem under such circumstances. Hearing this, the girls couldn't help but be overjoyed. Even Lotus showed a trace of joy. Only Lubia said with a cold attitude. Even if the door connecting the other world to the Hall of Sacrifice has been destroyed, there's no guarantee that there won't be a second door between the human world and the elf world, or even a third door. This way, it's only a temporary solution to the problem. No, you're wrong. Noah shook his head and said so. Even if there are still doors between the human world and the elf world, it's only a slight threat at best. It won't cause a world-class crisis, right? After all, the Elf Kings have been completely freed, and the door that directly leads to our location has been destroyed. Even if there are still doors in other places, if they can't reach us, then they won't be able to corrode our personality. Isalia added. Back then, the Otherworld's door opened in the Hall of Sacrifice without our Elf King noticing, and it appeared right under our Jade Throne. The darkness that came from the Otherworld directly swallowed us, who were defenseless, and polluted our minds. This time, I'll rebuild the Hall of Sacrifice and cut off the connection between the Hall of Sacrifice and other dimensions, completely eliminating the appearance of doors. Isalia said solemnly. This way, without the Elf King's permission, there won't be any entrance to the Hall of Sacrifice. In other words, the darkness of the other world could no longer threaten the Elf King. And as long as nothing happened to the Elf King, even if the darkness of the other world appeared again, it wouldn't be able to threaten the human world and the elf world. The Elf Kings who were on guard would never let the darkness of the other world take advantage of them again. This was what Isalia wanted to express. Unfortunately, only the Elf King and the world will be saved. As long as the door to the other world still exists, the elves and humans may still be threatened. Rubia said coldly. My campaign is still not over. After leaving this sentence, Rubia turned around and walked towards the cabin without paying attention to the situation here. Sister. Claire couldn't help but call out softly. Rubia's footsteps paused without leaving a trace. Then, as if she didn't hear anything, she continued to walk forward. Looking at Rubia's back, Claire opened her mouth slightly, but in the end, she lowered her head and fell into silence. However, at this time, Fiona held Claire's hand. "Let's go after her." Fiona smiled sweetly. "I also have a lot of things that I want to ask Lady Rubia." After all, just like how Fiona and Lacia had a good relationship before Rubia's betrayal, Fiona also had a good relationship with Rubia. Presumably, this disappointed elf concubine had a lot to say to Rubia, right? Hearing Fiona's words, Claire plucked up her courage and nodded heavily. Then, Claire and Fiona both chased after Rubia and jogged over. Seeing this scene, everyone tacitly chose to stay where they were. At this time, Linley also plucked up her courage, stepped forward, and asked Iselia. "Iselia, Sama, about my sister, don't worry, I didn't forget about this matter." Iselia looked at Linley. "Now that the threat of the darkness of the other world no longer exists, we elf kings are also liberated. Once I return to my original body, I will naturally remove the curse ice seal on your sister. I believe that soon, you should be able to see your sister again." Linley's pretty face was suddenly filled with surprise, and her eyes even turned slightly red. In response, Noah just smiled and patted Linley's shoulder. "See? Didn't your wish come true?" Linley nodded repeatedly, then turned around and hugged Noah. Noah was stunned. Alice's pretty face blushed. Linley just hugged Noah tightly and whispered, "Thank you." Noah only reacted when he heard this sentence clearly. He couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and hugged Lynn Silei. Linley's pretty face also blushed. However, this rich young lady didn't leave Noah's side. Instead, she still hugged Noah tightly, as if she wanted to vent her inner feelings, and didn't let go for a long time. On the side, although Alice's face was red, she didn't yell like before. She probably understood Linley's current feelings. As for Lotus and Iselia, they merely watched this scene with protective gazes, and they couldn't help but smile. Under such a warm atmosphere, the airship floating in the air began to move, and slowly sailed into the distance. The night began to fade. Dawn gradually arrived. On the other side of the sky, the sun gradually rose from the direction of the airship. It was like the light of the future.